Hindi ko po kailangan ng suportang pinansyal. Marami po akong pera. Nag
Tunay na may malasakit sa kapwa, puso niya para sa maranta. Hindi na magbabago pa, totoo lagi. Yan sa TV Boss, para sa mahihirap siya'y pag-asa. Tagapagpamulat ng mga mata, inspirasyon pwedeng tularan at maaasahan lagi ang si TV Boss Lee.
Talagang mapapabilib ka sa mga ginagawang pagtulong maasahan yan si Boss Lee. Siya yung tao na hindi mo mapapaatras, lalo na sa mga kababayan niyang naaapi. Pati sa mga pulube, meron siyang puso na hindi talaga matatanggi. Kumbaga sa politika, pwede mong iboto dahil sa ganda ng ugali. Siya yung kaibigan na masayahin, palatawa, talagang totoong maasahan. Kaya sama-sama natin siya palakpakan. TV Boss Lee ang kanyang pangalan. Nagmula siya sa Mindanao, tumagal siya sa Palok, sa lugar ng Maynila. Dala-dala ang pangarap niyang makatulong, lalo na sa kanyang kapwa.
Tunay na may malasakit sa kapwa, puso niya para sa maranta. Hindi na magbabago pa, totoo lagi. Yan sa TV Boss, para sa mahihirap siya'y pag-asa. Tagapagpamulat ng mga mata, inspirasyon pwedeng tularan at maaasahan lagi ang si TV Boss Lee.
Ikaw ang idolo ng karamihan, mabuting tao at hinahangaan. Batang Sampaloc at laking Mindanao, pangalan mo ang sinisigaw. TV Boss di maaasahan, tumutulong siya sa nangangailangan. Para sa bayan at katotohanan, isusuko, tutuloy niya ang laban.
Handa sa pagsulong, aalalay si TV Boss Lee. Subok na ng masa, kahit kailan di kahihindian, basta't kaya. Yan si TV Boss Lee, kakampi ng katotohanan, kalaban ng mali, paninindigan, ay hanggang sa huli ay nakahandang ibigay ang pag-ibig. Yan si TV Boss Lee. Tunay na may malasakit sa kapwa, puso niya para sa maranta. Hindi na magbabago pa, totoo lagi. Yan sa TV Boss, para sa mahihirap siya'y pag-asa. Tagapagpamulat ng mga mata, inspirasyon pwedeng tularan at maaasahan lagi ang si TV Boss Lee.
In the beginning, the world made the earth, the heaven, the hills, and the trees. Then he created the sun and the stars, the land, the birds, and the trees. He made all creatures that lived in this world and taught them to live by his plan. Then he rested. The Lord sanctified the 7 days of man. Mold of an image of his maker. Man shall be made of his own. But because we were nothing more than human, sometimes we stumble, sometimes we fall. In the beginning, the world was so bright, perfection was there for all men. So pray and believe in the Lord's holy life, and we'll have perfection again. Mold of an image of his maker. Man shall be made of his own. But because we were nothing more than human, sometimes we stumble, sometimes we fall. In the beginning, the world was so bright, perfection was there for all men. So pray and believe in the Lord's holy life, and we'll have perfection again.
Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Live from Lupasug Empire. This is Queen Helen of the Reject Elizabeth III, June 29, 2022. Good morning, Maharlika Kingdom of God, Lupasug Empire. At magandang umaga din sa ating mga OFW na naghahanda para sa ating celebration sa July 3, 2022. Diyan kay Bayed na Bael, diyan kayo sa dapitan, kay Madam Gloria Beltran ng Aklan, diyan din kayo kung saan kayo, napakarami. At siyempre sa Dato Piang, nandyan si Bay Sagira Ansa, diyan kayo sa May Kubo, kung saan nag-umpisa tayo noong 2010. Ibig sabihin lahat iyan, kung saan tayo nagbaybay at nagkakaisa, doon tayo. Sultan of Manila, Sultan Luzon, iisahin natin Sultan ng Masbate, Sultana Emery, makipag-ugnayan na kayo. Sultan ng Palawan, lahat, Lope, ngayon iisahin natin. Sultan Eman, Sultan Dayacosta, lahat kayong mga binigyan ng power and authority. In the name of God, in Allah, at ng Ama Ali natin, ituwid idiretso. Kaya nga dito, ang akin dito, nakikita, no? Walang komparasyon. Ang pamilya. Ang pamilyang problema ay sa amin inaayos. Walang ibang nakikialam dyan. Dahil pag ibang nakikialam, iba ang tema ng solusyon. Kaya nga sabi ko kay Mahal na Hari, hanapin at ayusin. Kaya nga masakit kasi kinukumpara, mas guwapo, mas mabait si Alnas, bakit niya kinuha ang pagkatao ng kapatid? Kung nakikinig ka man, kung sino ka man, tandaan mo, itong araw na ito ay hindi ka makatulog dahil mas malaki ang kasalanan ng nakakalam at kami ay nililinlang magpahanggang sa ngayon. Alalahanin niyo, malaki ang kasalanan, totoo yan. Pero ako nakipag-ayos 2010 pa. Pero anong ginawa? Ako mismo ay pinatay sa sarili kong pangalan nang dahil sa kasakiman. Mabait? Mabait. Congratulations sa iyo po kung sino ka man. Dahil ako'y galit. Galit sa ngalan ng galan ay ninakaw. Kaya nga ganyan lamang kami. Pero kung kayo ay nagpupunta lamang at kami ay bibigyan ng sakit ng ulo, tama na. Okay? Pero sinasabi ko lang iyon, okay, pero hindi ako okay. Kasi lahat ito, ino-okay na lang dahil ayaw kong manakit ng damdamin ng may damdamin. Remember, betrayal of trust and confidence will always come out from your own mouth. We know what is going on. Kaya nga sabi ko, tama na. Tama na ang panlilibak. Tama ng pag-akusa. Tama ng pagpalaganap ng maling informasyon. Naaayos ko ang buong mundo, pero kayong pamilya ayaw magpaayos, problema nyo na yan. Kaya nga dyan kayo nakikitaan ng sinasabi, bakit hindi inaayos? Bakit kayo sumisiksik sa hindi dapat ayusin? Dapat maging patas kayo. Kasi si Queen, pag sumiglap ang espiritu ay nandiyan. Kaya nga merong nag-post na mga vloggers, si Queen na pakikipag-ugnayan sa mga alien. Tama? Dahil kayo mismo alien, mga taong alien, dahil ayaw sumunod sa katotohanan. Kayo is classified as alien. Because if you are human being, alam ninyo ang maging tao at magpakatao at gagalaw bilang isang tao. Kayo mismo mga alien, binabahayan ng espiritong ligaw. Kaya nga huwag kayong mag-akusa, kayong mga vlogger ha, ayusin ninyo yung mga posting ninyo. Dapat hindi yung nakakalagay ng misleading nang dahil gusto ninyo magkaroon ng magandang publicity. Good or bad publicity is a publicity. At thanks for our brother Sultan that monitors all of this. Kaya nga sabi ko sa inyo, every day is a process of having a new good impact to the world. Kung magagalit si Queen, may dahilan. Dahil kunti na lang ang panahon. Maraming espiritong ligaw. Kaya nga, espiritu sa espiritu, Tama rin yan. No? Pasalamatan ko pa rin kayo. Kaya nga yung mga nagkukolekta sa Spain, no? Salamat, Madam Teresita Molvin. Teresita Molvin. Lahat yung mga nangungulekta dyan na sila yung implementor, sila yung signatory, pauwiin nyo na lang po yan. Malaki ng mga nakuha nila sa mga OFW. Lahat dyan, no, na nagsasabi sila. Kasi nga, nakikita ko at maganda iyan at nire-report nyo na sa akin. Kasi ang paglilitis ng Sovereign Court ay talagang isa-isa na yan. Intayin ninyo, marami nang mangyari. Marami nang susuko sa katotohanan dahil hindi na nila makita yan. Kaya yung taga Montalban na sumuko ng mga keeper, congratulations po sa inyo. Ngayon, itong kakpal account na sinasabi ni Madam Godilia Ortiz, pakiayos nyo iyan. Sinabi ko lahat ng accounts, bumalik na po yan sa mother account. Tama na. Okay? Ngayon, titingnan ninyo. Sa inyo rin, Frank Jose Dakayan, talagang yung paghahanap ninyo ng katotohanan ay tuloy-tuloy na ninyo sa pakikinig dito sa ating programa pang-umaga, The Imperial Daily Broadcast. Masama ang ibang katawan dahil nasubrahan na sa kahahanap ng katotohanan. Pero sabi ko nga, stay put, stay where it is, the celebration must go on. Ibig sabihin, masisilayan nyo palalo kung saan si Queen at kung paano natin susolusyonan ang sigalot ng buong mundo. World peace is now in place. In 3 days time, salamat sa paggawa ninyo ng kanduli dyan. Tawi-Tawi group na dumating sa palasyo. Salamat. Salamat din sa bukas, sa ilang bukas bago mag-address, ang kanduli niyo ang siyang importante para sa buong mundo. Tradition on the part of our Agama Islam is our way of communicating to God. Iyan ang paraan natin. Kaya huwag kayong matakot dahil iyan ay binabasbasan ng ating mga lolo encantados. Kung sino magsasabi sirik-sirik, umalis sa lupang pangako. Dahil sa inyong sirik-sirik, sumunod sa relihiyon ng Saudi Arabia, ng mga matitigas na mga balik Islam na nagbibigay sa atin ng hustisya na sila ang susundin. Nagkamali po kayo. Bumalik na ang divine rule ng 7 Makdum sa lupang pangako at diyan mismo iyan sa atin sa lupasog. Maraming gustong mag-develop ng lupasog. Dati ayaw kilalanin ang lupasog. Ngayon ginagamit ang lupasog na sa background ng publicity ni Madam Gloria ang lupasog together with Robin Padilla. Ay wag kayong manggaya-gaya po tumaya kasi lahat iyan binabantayan ni Queen. Dati kayong nag-aakusa, pero ngayon, mismo kayo ang gumagamit. Tingnan nyo yan, ha? Lahat iyan hindi nakakaiskapo sa mata ni Queen. Lahat kayo. When I have given you the authority and you break the law, you break the rule, you break that by saying it's not true, wala na yun po sa inyo. Ang basbas na iyan. Balik po kayo at nang maituwid muli, malagyan muli ng dugtong iyang blessing na iyan. Marami kayo Marami kayong hindi naniniwala at maraming namamangka sa 2 ilog. Alam niyo, no? Lalo na yung namamangka, no? So, Carno, ayun, nalaman ko, nandiyan ka pala kay Alnas. Salamat. At magkapera kayo at pera yan ang galing sa pangalan ng mahal na ina. Ayusin niyo rin. Ang galing po. Dahil kayo nagkapera. Dahil kayo ang kilalanin. Pero pangalan ni Radja Muhammad Kamar Mamay Hasan Abdurrajak. Mabait na si Alnas. Kasi siya ang panganay, siya ang old. Nagagalit ako dahil matagal ko na kayong inayos. Buong mundo nakikinig. Pero subalit yung binibigyan nyo ng importansya,
Ayan. Dinig po ba tayo? Dinig po ba tayo mga kapatid? Mga minamahal kong kapatid. Sorry po talaga. Grabe naku po talaga po naman. Talaga po naman. Wala po akong masabi. Wala po ako talagang masabi. Dinig po ba tayo? Maraming salamat po. Nakaw, biruin nyo, nag-updates. Papakita ko po nirecord ko ang katarantaduhan. Inirecord ko po, anak ko po. Ay nako, mahiwaga ang Microsoft ni Bill Gates. Ang updates minamaya't maya niya. Akala naman niya ako ay magwawala na. Ako po ay nag-intay ng matiwasay. Kahit na po ako ay talagang nagngingit-ngit na. Nagsabi na lang po ako sa ating amang lumikha na kanya pong sana hawakan ang puso ng aking computer. Grabe ang taga. Andy, I tell you, grabe to. Unbelievable mga kapatid. Maya po pagkatapos ni Queen Helen at papakita ko po sa inyo. Naku po, kayo po ay talaga naman. Pero, eto lang po yan. Virtue is patience. Patience is virtue. Palakpakan po natin si Bill Gates. Ayan, Bill Gates, thank you po. Maraming salamat po sa iyo. Ayan. Okay, play na po natin mga kapatid.
Ang Espiritu na tagapagtanggol ng kaharian. Kasi masakit isipin mabait naman siya. Tama, mabait. Mabait nga dahil nagnakaw ng katauhan, dahil siya ang panganay. Remember, the Spirit of God of Allah will always put justice. Makinig kayo mabuti. This is the time that you cannot defy the Spirit of God. Kaya nga alien, yes, I talk with the Spirit of God of Allah. This is not alien. This is God's divine spirit on earth now. Kaya listen you people that would just accuse me. Dahil alam natin, kung kayo'y mga ligaw na espiritu, ay talagang alam namin na hindi kayo yuyuko sa katotohanan. Pero hindi sumusuko si Queen. At alam nyo iyan. At ako'y nagpapasalamat doon sa mga H-World na nandyan sa Tanay na hawak ng ating kapatiran. Ang pagkakaisang tunay ang siyang hinihingi ko. Malapit na ang deklarasyon ng world peace. Huwag na ninyong salungatin dahil wala rin mangyayari sa inyo. Alam nyo ba kung ilang taon na? 59 years ang utang ng politiko, ng militar sa Sultan Sulu. Kaya nyo ba yan bayaran? Mula sa paglagda ni Tungko Abdurrahman, ni Makapagal, ni Sukarno? Kaya nyo bang bayaran ang 59 na iyan at si Queen maniningil? Dahil ito ang kapalaran ko. Pwes, paano? Titingnan nyo mabuti. Di ba ninakaw ninyo in broad daylight? Ipinaubaya sa inyo ang gold ng Sultan of Sulu. Subalit, You rob us in the broad daylight. Winala ninyo ang pangalan ng totoong Sultan of Sulu at inilagay ninyo ang Sultan ninyo. Fidel V. Ramos took the power and authority nung binigyan siya ng otoridad ng nagnakaw ng kaharian. Ngayon, ginagamit na naman ng espiritong ito ang kapatid ni Radya Mamay. Congratulations sa mga kasama, mabait. Pero paano niyo solusyonan ang sigalot ng buong mundo? Mabait siya dahil nabibigyan kayo ng pera? Nakinabang kayo sa kanya? Mabait sila? At kami ang masama? Tandaan ninyo, bawat ginalaw niya may angkop na sumpa at kayo ay nakinabang, sumpa ang abutin ninyo. Tandaan niyo iyan. Ang tunay na pagbalik loob ang inaantay ko dahil I have reached each and every one of them. And do you know how hard it could be for the
Ayan. Skip lang natin. Ayan.
tandaan ninyo, bawat ginalaw niya may angkop na sumpa at kayo ay nakinabang, sumpa ang abutin ninyo. Tandaan niyo iyan. Ang tunay na pagbalik loob ang inaantay ko dahil I have reached each and every one of them. And do you know how hard it could be for the Queen? Kaya nga Radya Mamay, you are the bad side now because Almas is the good side that took your name. That is the spirit na nagbigay sa kanila. Patawarin nawa sila lahat. Dahil mas gusto nilang pinili nila yung magnanakaw na kapatid is just the same in the time of Jamalul Kiram II. They have also gotten the title of Jamalul Kiram II. And who took that? It is the advisor. Alam niyo kung sino? Amirul Umra Amir Bangsa. Yan ang nagnakaw ng katauhan ni Jamalul Kiram II. At siya mismo ang pumirma sa Amerika. Kaya nga ngayon galit ulit si Queen. Dahil ang ginagamit nilang pumirma sa Vatican ay kapatid ni Radya Mamay na yan si Almas bin Abdul Gapar. Vatican, please, the gold is not yours. It belongs to the Sultan of Sulu and North Borneo. Kaya nga iniipon ko kayo mga banker. Lahat kayong administrator. Sumpa ang nandiyadyaan at huwag ninyong ituloy na ibenta iyan na walang pahintulot ang mahal na ina, ang Black Fatima. Because the curse shall be yours from your children's hanggang sa apo ninyo. Kaya nga bumabalik yung espiritu na yan para nakawin muli kung sino ang karapat-dapat na uupo sa trono na iniwan ng Diyos Ama ng Allah. Kaya nga matindi. Pero di bale, ikisa naman magagalit ang mahal na reyna. Let's celebrate Mula ngayon, ilang araw na lang. Total, 3 days.
We love
We
you,
do
Queen.
the Triduum. Kaya congratulations sa mga kanduli na binibigay ng ating mga lolo dyan sa different parts ng Lupasug. Okay? Nilalabas ko lang yung hinaing ko. Dahil biro mo, 11 years mula 2011. O nag-12 years tayo mula 2009. Ang sakit kaya, no? Bawat araw gabi, isa lang ang tinatarget, makuha ang aming karapatan nang dahil mabait ang magnanakaw na kapatiran.
Grabe.
Mula kay Pa Sahibul Gari, the same spirit, buhay kaya yan, nandyan lang sila sa Lupasog. Alam nyo bang buhay yan pag gabi? Pag araw, yan ang naisumpa. Baboy yan siya pag araw. Yan mismo ang ginagawa ninyo. Yan ang sinusunod ninyo. Walang kamatayan din sila because they are from the black side.
Oh my God.
Yan, si Sultan Amirul Umrah, Amir Bangsa, naging isang malaking congressman ng Pilipinas. Ngayon, maniwala kayo kay hindi. Mismo si Tupay Luong, tinawag ako nung ako'y bumalik. Dahil ang ginawa niya, kasumpa-sumpa. Nandoon na yung Ama Ali. Tinalikuran kami. At ngayon nalaman ko pa, si Commander Tarang na siyang nag-ipon ng lahat ng aking publicity na newspaper na ginawa ni Sorsogon, Philippine Examiner. Diba? Masakit? Ngayon, nandiyan na kayo, doon pa rin kayo sa mali. Tama na. Dahil lahat ako merong pruweba. Kasi nga kayo rin nag-iipon ng kayamanan. Kayo rin ang nakikipagkuntsaba kung sino man iyan. Pero sumpa ang igagawad ng mahal na ina kapag hindi kayo natigil. At tinatawag ko ang aking inang Buhawi at nang matuto na kayo rumispeto sa kamay na binigyan ng karapatan para ayusin kayo lahat. Diyan ninyo nakikita. Where is the power that gives the power to each and every one of you? Kaya nga, kayong mga namayagpag na mga claimants na dugo kuno ng mahal na ina. Nadugo kuno ni Jesus Christ, anak ni Jesus Christ. The bearer of the code, hanapin nyo na po yan. Dahil yan ang mga namayagpag dito sa lupa. Dahil sila ang nagbigay ng mga maling paraan. Pero nangungulekta sila, ha? Pero akong sinasabihan, nangungulekta. Pero sa panahon natin, ihatag na lang naton sa ila, pero wag nila kwaon ang aton nga kayamanan nga nakaimbak. Okay, get what you want, pero you have to pay the 59 years that you have taken from us. Yan na ngayon ang paraan ko para tayo lahat ay matututong rumispeto kung sinong may-ari. I thank my friend in South Korea for listening even if he doesn't understand. I thank my lolo, my big brother in America, listening kahit Tagalog, tinatranslate ng kanyang gadget. Brother Spiro, welcome home. Lahat kayong mga nakikinig, tandaan ninyo, in everything that I say, there is always the magnitude of truth, and truth will set us free. If I say so, because I am also tired like you, lahat tayo talagang napapagod din. Pero iisa lang ang hangarin ko, magkaisa. Peace and prosperity is at hand. Kaya nga, dapat isipin ninyo kung gaano din kahirap ang pinagdaanan ni Queen at dinadaanan, lalo na sa implementasyon ng peace, defense, economic development, healthcare at learning program, and renewable energy, kung saan tinatawag na ang participation ng iba't ibang bansa. Tayo ang puno at ang sanga ay siyang kailangan yumuko sa puno. Kaya nga, kailangan lang right people and right na mga tao para sa ating gagalawin. Ako'y nagpapatawad. At kung ako'y nagsalita ngayon, dahil pagod na at ayaw na ayaw ko na ikumpara ang mahal na hari sa kapatid, at huwag kayong mag-akusa dahil ako may ginagawa. Mula 2010, pinuntahan na iyan. Kaso lang nung pinuntahan na, yung pumunta, napunta na sa kanila at iyon ang kumalaban sa mahal na reyna. Gusto niyo rin ba ganon ang espiritu na pumasok sa inyo? Pero pagpapatawad pa rin. Umaalsa ang aking boses dahil malapit na. Ganyan naman talaga ang itim na mga espiritu. Huwag kayong magpabahay sa kanila. Kayo ang alien, ha? Hindi ako. Ibig sabihin, if we follow God's mandate, we are attuned to Him. Ito ang ginagawa ni Queen. The final declaration of love, compassion. Ang kanyang pamumuno sa lupa ay mangyayari. At iyan ang masunod. Divino Gobyerno. Queen would always speak spontaneously. Spontaneity is my part of revealing the truth, because that is coming from the very soul of the one who sent me, the Spirit of God in me. And I thank each and every one who listens and understands the Spirit that is giving you the finale, the final mandate. Return. Go back to Him who created us. Kung wala siya, wala. Wala tayong hininga. Wala tayong hangin. Wala tayong tinutungtunang lupa. Walang araw na magbigay sa atin ng init. Walang ulan. Walang kulog. Walang kidlat. Siya pa rin ang masunod, mga kapatid ko, mga lolo ko na sa kabukiran. Kaya nga hinihimo ko kayo muli na isurrender ninyo yung kayamanan na yan. Yung mga lapida, inventory list na iyan. At huwag na kayong magnakaw at maglakaw niyan dahil yan ay pag-aari ng inkantado, pag-aari ng Diyos Ama dito sa lupa. Naway, bigyan kayo ng tamang enlightenment para sumunod kayo sa tamang landas. At ito ang landas ng kaliwanagan, landas ng kapayapaan. In 3 days time, natutuwa ko na ang aking mga pamilya dyan mismo sa Ligwasan Mars ay nagkakanduli din. Ang pamilya ko sa Lanao, Sultan Ramil Ismail. Ikaw inuutusan ko para ipunin muli ang ating kapatiran sa Lanao at sa Iligan. Gawin din ninyo. Sama-sama din tayo ng Sultan of Maguindanao. May mga order na hindi nakarating sa iyo. At iyan ay dapat gagampanan na. Meron akong love letter na binigay sa iyo at intayin mo kung yan ay na-email na sa iyo. Ipunin mo lahat ang ating puwersa sa Lanao. Mula sa Lanao del Norte hanggang sa Del Sur, hanggang sa Iligan, dahil kayo ang binigyan ko ng basbas para ibangon muli ang Marawi. Malaki ang pundo na nakalaan sa inyo. Maguindanao, nandiyan si Sultan Kelly. Magtulungan kayo ni Dato Abdillah Sulai. Dahil ang sinabi ko, ang sinumpaan ninyo sa Quran, kayong tatlo ay mananalo. Sultan Pokan Marangit, nanalo ka against sa mga akusasyon ng MNLF, ng MILF. Mas pinaburan ka ng kalangitan dahil sumunod ka sa katotohanan. Bayangging, namatay na ang mga kasama natin. Si Prince Raul, si si Dato Bal, at marami pang kukunin kapag hindi angkop doon sa programa na iiwan sa atin. Ibig sabihin, sila na mismong gumagalaw para matuto bumalik sa paanan ng Diyos Ama ang lahat ng nilalang. Tayo ay creation lamang. Hindi tayo ang Diyos. Hindi tayo ang may poder sa lupang pangako. Tayo ay inuutusan lamang. Tayo ay mga utusan ng Diyos Ama. Huwag tayong sumobra doon sa kanyang power and authority. Kung maging matapang si Queen, dahil ako ang ulo ninyo dito sa bagong henerasyon. Pero ako ay guided pa rin sa prinsipyo, sa batas, sa polisiya ng divino gobyerno. Maraming salamat po sa inyo. Naway na sa mabuti kayong kalagayan at 3 araw ang preparasyon para sa ating final declaration ng world peace sa buong mundo at sa buong kaharian. Maraming salamat po. Masalam.
Ladies and gentlemen, the Queen of Maharlika, Kingdom of God, Lupasug Empire, Queen Helen Abdurrajak. Wow, napakaganda po ano. Tingnan nyo another, ano na naman, talagang something to have a thinking. Yung mga ginagalawan po ni Queen ay parang ano, para talagang nasa Encantadia siya. Ganun ang pakiramdam ko. Grabe, may mga spirito, may mga wow. Grabe po. At ako, grabe din dito, naiengkanto na rin tayo. Maraming salamat po at binantayan niyo po ang bahay kanina. Almost 30 minutes po tayong wala dahil talaga naman po nag-round the clock yung ano, nag-updates. Wherein hindi naman kailangan mag-update kasi ano na po to in-update ko na siya. Ewan ko kung ano ang hanash. Pero ganyan po ang gusto ng mga negative. Yung magagalit kayo, yung temper nyo, magwawala kayo, ibabato nyo yung ano, wala na kayong pakialam dun sa ano. Ako po talaga, I keep my ayun. Tapos, ano, dun sa kabila kasi nga po, di ba, buti na lang mga kapatid, nandito yung isang channel natin. Di ba po? Nandyan yung ano, ito pong VV. Yan po yung isang ano natin. Buti po nandyan siya sa taas. Dahil kung hindi, nag-ano na po yan. Kasi after na walang tao dun talaga sa ano, ay sinasara po ng StreamYard. So, kailangan na naman po tayo mag-start uli ng panibago. So, talaga naman pong maraming salamat po amang lumikha. Talaga naman guided nyo rin kami. Ako po ay talaga naman nagugulat na lang. Kasi kapag lalo na, di ba, ito-download ko yung ano, no? Na yung ano ni Queen Helen. Talagang bago siya, ano, ilang beses no pipindutin, no? Tapos ang bagal. Tapos, pag ipa-play natin, di ba po, meron tayo na ipa-play natin. Ayaw mag-play sa ano. Talaga, sabi ko, wow. And it never been like this. Opo, never. Kasi nga po, 2 years ago, nung sira yung computer natin, iba yon. Di ba po? Dahil nag-stop yung nalalaglag po tayo, iba yon. Pero, ito po bagong computer. So, ayun nga po, bali, talagang nagugulat na lang ako. Pero, sa akin po kasi, I'm to that na kahit na anong ginagawa ko at into the extent na wala naman akong naapakan, all I'm gonna say is that andyan ang the most highest. More than that, wala nang hihigit pa sa amang lumikha. So, sabi ko, lagi ko pong sinasabi sa bawat obstacle, amang lumikha, tignan niyo po sandali ito. Dapat po ba itong mangyari? Dapat po ba ganito? Pwede po ba makahingi ng konting tulong? Ganun po. Doon po talagang kayang-kaya ko yung maging calm. Pagka lang yung galit ko noon sa tao, which is ngayon nawawala-wala na rin. Yung temperament ko po, yun, doon ako nagagalit. Wala akong ano doon. Wala akong, I can stop myself, no? Pero ngayon talagang na, ano ko na. Although I take it also in the sarcastic way. Kasi nga, ang pakiramdam ko ay, ang grabe po ang pakiramdam ko rin. Ang third eye ko po, grabe din. Ang dami pong pinipigil nitong mga tao na to, nitong mga spirito na to, para mapigilan ang karapat-dapat. Kaya hindi po sila manalo-nalo sa atin dahil napakadami po nating nagmamahal at nagdarasal na maisatupad ng ating dakilang Queen Helen ang kanyang programa. Alang-alang po sa ikagiginhawa ng ating mga maralitang kapatid sa Pilipinas. Yun lang po yun. Kaya hindi po ako yung, alam mo, bad spirit, hindi mo ako mapipikon, yung magwawala ako, yung diyan ko na, bukas na lang, gano'n, babatong yung, hindi ako gano'n. You can forget that. Hindi. Dahil, pagdating sa ganito, na isinapuso namin at sinusundan namin ang yapak ng aming mahal na reyna dahil na rin sa ikiginhawa ng Pilipinas, dahil na rin sa ikaliliwanag ng aming pinanggalingan, hindi mo kami mapipikon. Ganun lang yan. Kaya, sorry na lang sa'yo. Kaya, ang pasasalamat ko po, mga kapatid, mga haligi ng Coach family. Talaga pong, saludo po ako sa inyo, kapit-bisig po tayo kapag nangyayari itong ganitong obstacle or technical difficulties. Maraming salamat mga kapatid. Thank you po. Ayan. Okay, all right. Oh, naiyakan ha. Naiyakan. Okay, mga kapatid. Alright. Oh, diba? Ganun lang yun. Ganun lang, di ba? Talagang wala tayong magagawa. Nakasalalay pa rin dyan yung sila Queen, hindi nila kailangan yan eh. Grabe, although kailangan pa rin nila, pero um, kung gusto nila na magpakita ng yung spirito nila nandiyan sa tabi mo, kaya nila eh. Grabe, di ba? And I think darating ang panahon kapag nabiyayaan din tayo ng ating amang lumikha na tayo yung mga magiging engkantadya na maggagabay sa mga ah, darating na henerasyon. Thank you, Genevieve Tomkins, sa iyong super sticker. Ayan. Tara, tarara, tara, tarara, tara, tarara, 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 tarara. Salamat, sister. Thank you sa'yo. Thank you so much. Ayan. So, yan po ang no, ang araw-araw ay talaga meron tayong expose at may mga how you call twilight zone ng mga pangyayari, yung mga X-file. O, di ba? Diyos! Tudududu! Tudududu! Sino ang gustong-gusto yung X-Files? Ako, grabe, gustong-gusto ko yan. X-Files. Grabe. Yeah. Ayan, mga kapatid, magbababa po tayo na hagdanan, if ever, no? At meron tayong pakikinggan ngayon. Pakinggan po natin. Yung isa po ay Tagalog, pero yung isa ay English. Yun po ay about regarding sa fallen angels. Ngayon, sa Nephilim, kung paano bumaba itong mga to. At nagalit ang ating amang lumikha at pinarusahan sila. Gusto niyo po bang marinig? Ayan, tatanungin ko po kayo kung gusto niyo pong marinig. Ayan. Hindi po natin pwedeng yung video dahil makaka-copyright po tayo. Pero pwede po nating marinig. Ayan. Sino po ang may gustong marinig? Kung gusto niyo pong marinig, please pakitype po ng number 1. Kung ayaw niyo pong marinig, i-type po natin ang number 2. Ayan. Ito po yung mga fallen angels na nagalit ang ating Ama at pinarusahan sila. Ganun po. 1, okay. 1, okay po. Okay po. Ayan. One's angel eyes, okay po. Lucitrice, 1, okay po. Ayan. Dahil dito, kayo po ang pinaka may say. Alam niyo yan. Ayan. 1 po. Okay po. Okay po. I-pray po natin. Ayan. At maririnig natin dito yung mga pangalan. Okay po? Maririnig niyo. At yung talagang pumalo sa kanila, si Archangel Michael. Yan. Maririnig niyo po. Hi, Jenny, my love. Kumusta, bunso? Ayan. Ayan. Okay po. Dahil ito po ay talagang nakaakibat din dito po sa ating maharlika Kingdom of God, Lupas of Empire. Dahil ganito nagsimula ang ating mundo. Di po ba? Ayan. Okay. Punta po tayo sa video. Ayan. Okay. Just call me angel, our morning angel. Just took my home before you leave me, darling. Ayan, ito po ang title. Um, Demon, the Fallen Law, the History of the Fallen Angels. Ayan. Ito po'y may haba na 57 and 25. Okay po, ito na po. Mhm. And we're gonna open with mm, VLC media player. Okay. Ayan. Amang lumikha, bahala ka na. Okay. O, diba? O, diba? Ayan. Ayan. Nakita ko na. Yan po yung para siyang triangle na ganun. Ayan. Kamukhang kamukha nung nilalagay natin pagka nasisiraan tayo ng auto. Ayan. Okay. Ito na po.
Welcome to this video, The History of the Fallen, from White Wolf's tabletop role-playing game, Demon, the Fallen. As the title might suggest, the protagonists of this game line were demons, specifically fallen angels, who rebelled against heaven and were punished with eternal incarceration in hell, except someone, or something, arranged for an early parole, and now the fallen have returned to the earth they once ruled over in the bodies of mortals, to seek redemption for their sins, or to continue to rage against heaven. But without further ado, here is the history of the former Elohim, the fallen. Oh, and forewarning, I might spring a little Latin on you here and there in the video. Just a heads up. Before man, before demons, before even angels, there was only the infinite all, and the infinite nothing. The infinite all could be called God, the Almighty, Allah, Brahma, Yahweh, Ptah, or the unmoved mover. The infinite nothing could be called the void, the abyss, or oblivion. We'll just call them the Almighty and the void for the sake of simplicity and consistency. The infinite were both one, but eternally separate from one another, like oil and water in a jar being constantly shaken. Then, during this infinite
Mahina.
period, the
Okay.
Almighty wished to separate itself from the void,
Ito
to
po.
define and distinguish
Okay na.
between all and nothing. And so, the Almighty created servants to build a boundary between itself and the void. Servants who were themselves the antithesis of the void. A great star emerged from the being of the Almighty, followed by an explosion of energy and light to drive the nothing away from the all. The beings who embodied this first command, this exertion of will by the Almighty, the first of the Elohim, were the angels of light, the house of the dawn. The Lightbringers were tasked to weave the threads of possibility into the fabric of reality. Then the Almighty commanded that there be a partition in what the angels of the dawn had made, between what would exist above and what would exist below. Where the first emanation from the Almighty was heat and light,
Ayan. Ayan, ayan, ayan. Ayan. Sound two, 1, 2. Test two. All right. Okay ba tayo? Dinig ba? Dinig ba? Dinig ba, mga kapatid? Can you hear me? Can you hear me? Can you see me? Oh, diba? Can you see me? Can you hear me? All right. Ayan. Dinig ba tayo? Dinig ba, mga ma? Dinig po ba? 1, 2. Dinig. Joey, mahal. Could you hear me? Ayan. Okay, try natin ulit play. Di ba? Di ba damot, no? Ang damot. Grabe siya. Ayan. Shout out, Sky Blue. Okay, all right. Okay, thank you so much. Ayan. Pagka nalaglag ulit tayo, hindi na lang natin i-play. Ibibigay ko na lang sa inyo yung link kasi napakaganda po ng sinabi dito. Grabe. Grabe po.
Followed by an explosion of energy and light to drive the nothing away from the all. The beings who embodied this first command, this exertion of will by the Almighty, the first of the Elohim, were the angels of light, the house of the dawn. The Lightbringers were tasked to weave the threads of possibility into the fabric of reality. Then the Almighty commanded that there be a partition in what the angels of the dawn had made, between what would exist above and what would exist below. Where the first emanation from the Almighty was heat and light, the second was a gentle, invisible, but powerful wind, carrying the breath of life and creating space for it to exist. This was the second house of the Elohim, the angels of the firmament. Then the Almighty commanded yet more complexity, a separation of light, water, and air to give room for dry land to appear. Energy and activity slowed and cooled enough to become matter, to give form to substance, and to be ordered and shaped by the third house, the angels of the fundament, who crafted and shaped the material universe, from the mightiest star to the most humble blade of grass. As the Lightbringers shone above their work, and the firmament breathed life into those things that were meant to live. Then the Almighty commanded that the stars of the heavens move, so that they would serve as a sign for the passages of the seasons, the days, and the years, or rather, that time itself come into being. And so, the planets began their great celestial dance. The past and the future were watched over and governed by the fourth house, the angels of the spheres. Then, the Almighty commanded that the deep waters give forth an abundance of living creatures, as well as creatures to soar above the earth. So the oceans bubbled and roiled as the fifth house,
the creation,
the angels of the
diba?
deep,
Ito yung creation.
swirled and shaped all manners of
Creation.
creatures, great and small, into being, from mighty leviathans to tiny goldfish. In addition to dominion over the creatures of the deep and the air, the angels of the deep were given dominion over the aesthetic, art, culture, and beauty, which would eventually come into being. Then the Almighty commanded that yet more creatures be brought forth, this time from the dry land. And so the sixth house, the house of the wild, created and ordered the wild beasts. Some were predators, some were prey, some hunted, some grazed. The wild house, in essence, created and governed the complex ecosystems of the earth, over 1 million species of animals and hundreds of thousands of species of plants, all with a mindset toward survival of the fittest. Then the Almighty called into creation a seventh house, the house of the second world, the angels of death, who were tasked to do what was at odds with the labors of their fellow Elohim, to bring their works to an end. They were a mystery, even to their fellow Elohim, in their tendency to destroy what their fellows painstakingly created caused some resentment between them. Yet, the other Elohim held their tongues about their somber and solemn reaper cousins. And so were the cosmos woven, sang, sculpted, hammered, and shaped into being by the Elohim, the seven houses of the heavenly host. Then when all had been made ready, the Elohim began their masterwork. Each of the houses contributed to it. The dawn house delivered the Ignis of the Almighty, the divine spark from the Creator's own hand, to the fundamentals, who crafted a vessel of earth and clay worthy of it. The fates contributed the gifts of anticipation and planning. The deep ones gave the creation the powers of memory and expression. The wild ones gave the creation instincts and senses. And the angels of the second world gave the creature the power of growth and renewal. The Almighty looked down on the Elohim's finest work, the creature of the earth, Adam Harishon, the first man. But before the angels of the firmament could breathe life into Adam, the Almighty gave his angels two final commands. The first, that they must love Adam and all that came from him as they loved the Almighty himself. The angels were puzzled by this. After all, Adam was their greatest creation, and therefore already loved him as a parent would love a child. The second was that the angels must remain forever hidden from man. He was to believe himself to be alone, though surrounded by legions of guardians and servants and counselors. And so, when Adam drew his first breath and looked around, he saw no one. This was the beginning of paradise. In time, Adam was given a companion from his own body, Isha, or Eve. Though Adam and Eve were physically perfect and ageless, they were innocent, like children, or smart animals, knowing neither good nor evil. At this point, I'm going to digress a bit. The term good and evil, or Torah in Hebrew, is a metaphor for the knowledge of all things, or how a thing may be used or misused. It's kind of like how eating is good, but eating too much is gluttony, or how chemistry can be used to make medicine or poison, or how blacksmithing can be used to make horseshoes or torture cages. Knowledge is neither good nor evil in itself. Again, only the manner in which it is used or misused. But Adam and Eve did not know or appreciate any of this because they were, again, innocent. The Almighty would occasionally come to Adam and Eve and they would worship him, but they would not change or become more like him. A sunset held no particular beauty for them. It was only an indication that night was soon to come. The songs of birds, the interplay of colors in the world, these were simply background noises in their daily routine. Adam and Eve were even unaware of one another, for while they were the height of human beauty, they saw little except one of the same kind of creature as themselves, and unique from all others. The angels despaired as Adam and Eve roamed Eden, unaware of this majesty that had been created for them, of the divinity that was contained within them. The angels, obedient to the Almighty's command, kept themselves hidden, but tried to subtly nudge Adam and Eve towards awareness, towards knowledge. Yet Adam and Eve's simple innocence frustrated the efforts of the mightiest Elohim. In this stagnant perfection, one angel, Arimal, of the House of the Fates, studied the effect that humanity might possibly have on the cosmos. Humanity, despite their disappointment to their creators, possessed a true spark of the divine, the potentiality to exert free will upon creation. In this, Arimal foresaw a possible future, one of great destruction and suffering, with humanity at its center. Arimal told his superiors of what he had seen, but they dismissed his prophecy as an anomaly, a potential bad future to match all of the other potential good futures that might come. But Arimal convened a meeting of his closest associates at his lunar sanctum because, yes, angels could live on the moon, or anywhere else they wished to, and told them of his vision of doom. An angel of the deep, Belial, was amazed that the Council of the Fates had ignored Arimal's warning and said that, out of love, the angels must act to protect humanity from this coming doom. Another, Uziel, an angel of death, spoke up in defense of the Almighty's command, and told Arimal that despite his great gift of sight, he could not see into the second world, where Usiel feared that the coming storm would end. Then Layla, an angel of the firmament, spoke up, suggesting that perhaps the spur of mortality, and subsequently death, was the destiny of humanity. Usiel retorted that he would not expose Adam and Eve to death on mere speculation born from prophecy. It was then that Belial gave voice to the poisonous seed that would flower into the many atrocities of the future, that Adam and Eve were somehow to blame, that they, alone of all of the Elohim's creations, were flawed, because they alone frustrated the Elohim's will. Arimal agreed with Belial, though he quickly tempered his judgment on Adam and Eve by saying that while they were the cause, they were also guiltless because of their innocent nature. Again, Usiel defended the sanctity of the divine command that forbade the Elohim from direct interference with humanity. Belial then answered him in a very subversive way. Belial stated that he is a maker of beauty and wonder, and yet, with no eye or ear to appreciate it, all of his works were as dust.
Tito Rosana, the mighty creator is not the Elohim. It's not the Elohim. The Elohim is the one who give the commission to to go and make the earth fine. Yung mga after ng ginawa ng ating creator. At yun nga po, sinabi niya na may dalawa akong utos sa inyo. Sabi niya doon sa mga Elohim. Mahalin niyo si Adam and Eva. Pangalawa, huwag kayong magpapakita sa kanya. Ganon. Yeah. Kaya nga pinapakinggan natin. Okay. Ayan.
Surely it could not be the Almighty's will that the Elohim be thwarted in the task set for them. Adam and Eve's helplessness was the Elohim's helplessness, and so long as humans were denied their true potential, then the Elohim were not truly free to serve and adore humanity as they truly deserved. Arimal agreed with Belial, while attempting to assuage Usiel's concerns. The angel of fate agreed that interfering with human development could have unforeseen repercussions, but added that if the angels acted according to their intentions and desires, who was to say that ultimately a good end would not result? Indeed, how could good intentions possibly result in bad outcomes? I'll leave it to you to take note of the multiple fallacies in Arimal's thinking. Usiel was still unswayed by Belial and Arimal. He replied that if it was mankind's destiny to awaken to their divinity, then nothing the Elohim did could hinder that result, except possibly for interference. If, as Arimal claimed, that we could not know that the breaking of the Almighty's command now could result ultimately in good, then it was equally valid that to allow humans to wallow in their ignorance now, which might seem cruel to the angels, might result in an ultimate good in the future. What's more, the Almighty, unlike the Elohim, could see all sides of creation, and all of time was laid before him. So what right did the Elohim have to interfere in the Almighty's plans? But the crafty Belial answered Usiel with the most classic of sophistic rebuttals, the straw man argument, and claimed that if Usiel's view were carried to its most extreme conclusion, then the world should never have been created, the stars should never have been set in the heavens, light should never even exist. Put another way, Belial claimed that if Usiel is against angelic interference with humanity, then he must be against angelic interference in all things, right down to the creation of the cosmos, which is also a bad faith argument, because where the Almighty explicitly charged the angels with creating the cosmos, he also explicitly forbade them from interfering directly or revealing themselves to humanity. Belial follows this by claiming that if it feels right for the angels to act, and because the angels themselves are good, then it must be right. If it is possible for angels to harm humanity by interfering too soon, then it must be equally possible for angels to help humanity by interfering too soon. Layla, the angel of the firmament, urged caution, noting that all of creation was interconnected. If they tried to awaken humanity and failed, even with the best of intentions, what disaster might come of it? could they possibly injure creation itself with their great power? Belial then became scornful, criticized Layla for what sounded to him like inaction, and asked her if she really thought that angels could be so clumsy, so ignorant, so foolhardy, as to ruin what they themselves had created. O Belial, contritionum placidit superbia, et ante ruinam exalta spiritus. Melius est humiliare comitibus quam dividere spolia cum superbis. Eruditus in verbo repieret bona et qui in dominos sperat beatus est. Pride goeth before destruction, and the spirit is lifted up before a fall. 'Tis better to be humbled with the meek than to divide spoils with the proud. The learned in words shall find good things, and he that trusteth in the Lord is blessed. Layla replied to Belial that she would not break with the Almighty's will. Arimal then cried out that if only they could know his will. Well, he kind of told you that before the creation of man. Do not reveal yourselves. Uziel said that Arimal could approach the Almighty himself, to see as he sees, and know as he knows. Belial pointed out that angels had indeed taken up the Almighty on that offer, and that none had ever returned. And so, the argument went back and forth, until the debating angels were suddenly bathed in light and splendor. Every knee bent, every head bowed, as the assembly was visited by an uninvited and almost unwelcome guest, Lucifer, the morning star, the seraph of the morning, and the herald of the Almighty. The angels prepared to receive the Almighty's wrath for their doubt and impertinence, when Lucifer instead bid them to rise and addressed Arimal. The first of the Elohim asked Arimal if he had informed his superiors of what he saw. Arimal said that he had and been dismissed. That was when Lucifer shocked them all by saying that the fates were wrong. With trepidation, Layla asked Lucifer what word he brought from the Almighty, and Lucifer answered her that he brought no word, for no word would persuade the Almighty from his command to his servants to keep themselves hidden from Adam and Eve. Belial despaired at this, but then Lucifer told the assembled angels that he could not stand idly by, and that if forced to choose between love for humanity and obedience to the Almighty, he would choose the former and accept the consequences of the latter. Uziel, respectful to his superior, asked Lucifer to consider the peril of his proposed action, that he, and all who followed him, would be striking blindly into the unknown. Lucifer responded that, effectively, love would find a way, and that even if it was a mistake to prematurely awaken the divine power of humanity, then at least humanity would face the future crisis armed with power, rather than naked and afraid. Finally, Lucifer concluded that if the choice was wrong, then let it be on his own head. Belial and Arimal sided with Lucifer's rebellion. Uziel and Layla chose to put their faith in the Almighty and his divine plan. The angels departed from one another, rebels and faithful, to call upon their allies to declare either for the Almighty or for Lucifer. The morning star and his allies, a full third of the Elohim, descended to earth to bestow knowledge on Adam and Eve before their fellow angels could move to stop them. Videbam satanum sicut fulgor de caelo cadentum. I beheld Satan, as lightning, fall from heaven. In the twilight of Eden, Adam and Eve walked along, picking their way among the trees and vines to find something to eat. As they plucked a vegetable from a vine, a voice, soft, timid, and hopeful, spoke out to them. Madisel, archangel of the unseen past, an angel of death, whispered that she had done this for them, that by the death of the food they now held, their own bodies would be restored. She bid them to take it, as a sign of her love for them. Adam and Eve were puzzled by this thing. It was similar to them, but was pale, dark-eyed, and had wings sprouting from its back like some type of bird. As they ate, another figure appeared, this one mightier than the first, Griphiel, the principality of those who hunt by day, of the house of the wild. This angel told the man and woman that he had turned aside hungry predators from them, because he too loved them. More angels appeared, each to profess fealty and love to Adam and Eve, until finally Lucifer revealed himself in the fullness of his majesty and power. As man and woman cowered before this host, Lucifer wrapped them in his fiery wings and lifted them to their feet. Then he kneeled before them. He declared that he came to them, not as an agent of the Almighty, but as an individual, as did all of the others of the host. Having offered their gifts to humanity since the beginning, he offered them one final gift. They could freely refuse it, and the angels would again disappear, return to their hidden vigil, and never trouble them. Adam and Eve spoke to one another. What manner of creatures were these? They claimed to be from the Almighty, but said their actions were their own. Eve told Adam that if they had given good things to them before, then surely they must mean well now. Adam agreed. Having seen the angels in their splendor, he knew that he did not wish for them to leave. And so Adam and Eve accepted, and Lucifer awakened them. Mankind's fall was a time of great work. Adam and Eve, seeing that they were both naked, learned to weave clothing for themselves. Lucifer himself taught them to master fire. Innovation gave way to more innovation. They were fruitful and multiplied. 2 became 4, 4 became 8, then 16, then a nation of builders and artists and philosophers, grew under the darkness of the angels' disobedience and man's sin. Yet no darkness can hold back the day. As the sun rose on the long night of disobedience, the heavenly host rode on its rays to confront the rebels, led by Michael, seraph of the flaming sword, and new voice of the Almighty, having replaced his former master, Lucifer. The humans, in awe of the heavenly host, knelt. The rebels faced them, full of pride. Michael addressed the rebel angels, telling them that the Almighty's wrath was great, but so was his mercy. If they obeyed his final command to them, they would be spared an even greater punishment. That command was to return to heaven and be unmade, annihilated, wiped from existence, as was their due for disobedience. To the humans, Michael commanded that they turn away from the tainted gifts of the rebel angels and be restored to their former state of innocence. Lucifer laughed at this declaration, this so-called mercy of total destruction from his maker. Michael was shocked at this arrogance, this blasphemy from his former leader. He unsheathed his titular flaming sword and attacked Lucifer. Marisel, the angel of death who first revealed herself to Adam and Eve, tossed Lucifer her scythe to defend himself. Michael's power was great, but still new to him, and he was uncertain in his attacks. Lucifer was agile, quick, and despite the inferiority of Marisel's weapon compared to Michael's fiery sword, it gave the morning star enough reach to threaten Michael. Lucifer knew that he would be able to harm Michael before the opposite happened. So did Michael. The rebellion of angels had not yet taken on a vicious or lethal quality, for angels were still creatures of order and station. Michael withdrew from the battle as the rebel host let out a cheer of victory. Michael disregarded this paroxysm and addressed the more important rebels, mankind, and again demanded their answer. Adam and Eve stepped forward and said that Lucifer and the rebel angels had been friends to them and that they would stand by their friends. Another human stepped forward. While he honored his mother and father, he must also honor the one who made them as even higher in honor. Virtue was greater than the gifts of the Elohim, and so he and his kind would also follow God. As the heavenly host and the virtuous tribe left, Michael remained, and once again addressed the rebels, this time to level curses against them. Michael condemned the rebel angels of death, naming them halaku, slayers, and that they would now reap those they had sworn to love above God. As Marisel had given Adam and Eve food, she would now give them death. The slayers would reap an endless harvest of death until it overwhelmed them, and they wept from exhaustion and misery. The angels of the wild he named Rabisu, the devourers, for they would no longer be able to stay the claws or fangs of the beast from the flesh of man. As death would grow greater than the ability of the slayers to control, so too would nature grow, unchecked, beyond the abilities of the devourers. Michael turned to the rebels of the deep and gave them the name of Lamasu, the defilers, and that they would be cursed to watch helpless as mankind concealed the truth that the defilers had sought to force into human minds, and to twist the truth into self-serving lies. To the rebels of the House of Fate, Michael gave the name Neberu, the Fiends. For teaching man to look to the future, man would ignore the past, and even the present. Man would be forever denied contentment, seeing in time only desires unfulfilled and deeds left undone. The angelic craftsmen, the rebels of the fundament, were cursed with the name Anunnaki, the malefactors. Man would ever seek greater control over the material world, but always reach further, until his own tools turned against him, and his reach ever exceeding his grasp. The airy rebels of the firmament were cursed as the Asharu, the scourges. As humanity had been given over to death, the task of the angels of the firmament to protect humanity was made futile. They would ever seek to protect humanity and forever fail. All of their great power would be as nothing. Last and least of all were the rebels of the dawn, cursed with the name of Namaru, the devils, and nothing else. For the Almighty had deemed the first house to be unworthy of even the minuscule effort to curse those who consider themselves the mightiest of the Elohim. But the Almighty's silent dismissal was a warning of what was to come. Lastly, the Almighty, the unmoved mover, demonstrated the folly of his rebellious servants. The cosmos, as intricate and mighty as they might be, were but a buffer between the infinite and nothingness. The punishment of the Almighty was the gentlest caress of the infinite against the finite, of the perfect touching the merely good. The Almighty simply touched creation, and chaos was unleashed. The perfect circular courses of the stars and planets were knocked into ellipses. The electron orbits of atoms wobbled. Eden disappeared in a cloud of darkness, and the wounded cosmos began its slow, grinding descent downward into the crushing maw of the void. This was the beginning of the age of wrath. As the angels and the human followers looked across the blasted ruin of creation, Lucifer rallied them, telling them that they could rebuild creation, this time in their own image and according to their own wishes. They could create a new. Lucifer's followers, chief of which was Belial, would come to form the Crimson Legion. But as the angels had rebelled against the Almighty, some now found the courage to rebel against Lucifer. Abaddon, once an angel of the wild, now a devourer, forswore peace and love, and vowed only hate and vengeance against the Almighty and the host of heaven. He said that Adam and Eve had deceived them, that it was humanity's fault that the angels now faced a civil war, and that, for knowledge and rebellion, humanity was now forever indebted to the unholy host. Well, that was a quick turnaround from undying love. The followers of Abaddon, the vanguard of the rebels, would come to be known as the Ebon Legion. Then Dagon, a former angel of the fundament, now a malefactor, would not deny Abaddon's outrage, but maintained that humanity deserved the angels' devotion rather than their scorn. He would stand between the heavenly host and the rebel angels as a bulwark, an iron wall that even the bolts of the Almighty himself could not pierce. And so, those who followed Dagon became the Iron Legion. Lucifer then spoke to Asmodeus, once an angel of fate, now one of the scourges, and bestowed a fifth of the rebel host upon him. The morning star charged Asmodeus to discover and expose the secrets of the Almighty, to violate the taboos of heaven, and to let nothing stand in the path of his search for truth. These delvers after mysteries became known as the Silver Legion. Lastly were the rebels who did not join in any of the previous legions, and mostly Halaku, or slayers. Lucifer gave their leader, Azrael, his blessing to take the unaligned fallen and form his own legion, the Alabaster Legion, and find a way to restore humanity's lost immortality. Among the ranks of the fallen, the old orders were gone. Lucifer was now prince over all who had rebelled, mortal, and angel. Belial, Abaddon, Dagon, Asmodeus, and Azrael were his dukes and commanders of the legions. Their lieutenants were barons. Beneath them were the overlords, lords, and fell knights, leaders of the companies of the legions. As Lucifer sent each of the legions to their tasks, Adam and Eve approached him. They thanked Lucifer for what he had shown them and taught them, but now it was time for them to make their own marks on the world, to forge their own path without their teachers and guardians. If they were to be the rulers of the earth, then it must be won with their own labor, their own sacrifice, and their own suffering. Adam and Eve departed from the rebel host to seek out their own destiny. And so, each of the legions and their human followers journeyed across the land to entrench and fortify themselves. At this early stage, the rebellion against heaven was still very much a war of the Elohim, ordered, structured, and predictable. The angels did not clash with swords or spears yet. They fought through abstractions and ephemera by creating and changing reality. To mortals, these struggles could only be understood as the roar of thunder and 100 other phenomena, some stranger and more fantastic than others. The fallen raised great fortress cities around the world, and the greatest of these fortress cities was Gen Hinnom, the Black Cathedral and seat of Lucifer Morningstar himself, a tribute to the first rebel's own perfection and defiance of heaven. Centuries later, it was to the Black Cathedral that Arimal, whose prophecy had spurred the fallen to defy heaven in the first place, came. None among the fallen could locate Adam and Eve, and Arimal sensed a great darkness approaching, and again, the man and woman were at its center. But no one, not even the morning star himself, knew what had become of them who the fallen had claimed to love above even God. Arimal was undeterred and wandered the world in search of them. At last, Arimal discovered the progenitors of humanity. Time had left its mark upon them, but they still radiated with the purity of the divine spark that the Almighty had placed within them so long ago. But they were not alone. Nearby, a man labored over the earth, from which he had coaxed grain and fruit and flour. This was the third mortal, born after God's judgment upon Adam and Eve, Cain. He was strong and handsome, but Arimal and his companion saw a darkness so deep around him that it caused them to fear him. Then a large flock of sheep came wandering from over a hill near Cain's fields, led by a man who looked very much like Cain, but was lithe and fair, where his brother was tan and powerful. This was Adam and Eve's other son, the shepherd, Abel. The fallen witnessed Cain and Abel speak to one another for a time. Then they saw Cain lift a stone over Abel's head and smash it down, again and again. They heard Abel's flock shriek with terror and scatter at the smell of their shepherd's blood. When the deed was done, and Cain was covered in the remains of his brother, in blood that had damned Cain for all time, the first murder, born of love and hate and betrayal, spread across the earth like a shadow, tainting all that it touched, including the fallen. And so the stage was set for the true beginning of the rebellion, the siege of Sagun, one of the high cities established by the heavenly host on earth as a staging ground for their battles against the fallen. But now, the fallen had learned of a new possibility, atrocity. Abaddon's Ebon Legion cut a bloody swath on their march to Sagun, enslaving or slaughtering mortals who maintained loyalty to the Almighty. When the fallen reached the valley city, they came with fire, poison, and a maddened bloodlust. The heavenly host was stunned at the barbarity of the traitors and how low they had fallen. But one stood forward, Jabniel, and challenged the Ebon Legion. A devourer named Liriel answered the challenge. Liriel had been Jabniel's superior in the time before, and now there were no words, no debate, only Liriel's axe. The blade tore through Jabniel's form, his presence, and even his true name. In an instant, the angel ceased to be, the first casualty of the war of wrath, and the first of many angels to be unmade by their own kind. By nightfall, Sagun laid in ruins. The Ebon Legion sacked the city for war prizes and slaves. only a third of the city's defenders escaped back to heaven. Other holy cities, such as Zebul and Makonan, were also besieged, but without the fury of the Ebon Legion, the fallen were turned back. When Lucifer arrived at the ruins of the holy city, he was displeased by what he had seen. Abaddon, drunk from blood and conquest, vowed to hunt down every servant of heaven and cast them into the void, that the earth now belonged to the fallen. Lucifer reminded Abaddon that slaughter and desolation were not the purposes of their rebellion, and that the earth belonged to and had been created for humanity. Asmodeus objected, saying that it was the sin of Cain that had brought this massacre to pass. If man were capable of such darkness, then perhaps they were not as worthy of devotion as the fallen had believed in the beginning. Azrael supported Asmodeus's line. The Slayer told the Morning Star that the realm of death had been invaded by the darkness of Abel's murder, and that they had all been doomed by the sins of mortals. Abaddon once again said that the fallen had been deceived by humanity, that had they not been commanded to love humans, then the angels would have seen them as they truly were, and their capacity for darkness. He then turned his ire on Lucifer, saying that Lucifer, as second only to God, should have foreseen this and stopped the fallen from rebelling. And now they were truly fallen, all because of love for humanity. Lucifer warned them not to give in to their anger and hate, to remember the reason for their rebellion. It was not to torment and reap humanity, but to guide and protect humanity as it reached its destiny, its rightful inheritance. But Abaddon would not be stood down, not even in the face of Lucifer, and said that the Morning Star had promised them a kingdom on earth, and they would have it. But it would not be a single kingdom, but many, each reflecting every fallen's vision of perfection. Asmodeus slyly suggested that perhaps the fallen were meant to follow a path other than a single, great war between clashing forces. Just as creation was multifaceted, then the fallen must also follow a thousandfold path to unlock the potential of humanity and achieve their shared destiny. Lucifer, warily, gave the legions his blessing to go forth, to fight their own wars, to assail the forces of heaven on 1,000 fronts, and drive them from the fallen's kingdom on earth. What Lucifer unleashed was a time of atrocities. The Ebon Legion had been loosed on creation and turned it into a veritable hell wherever they went. The human concept of hell has its origins in this period of the war between heaven and the fallen. Everywhere the forces of Abaddon marched, destruction passed in his wake. After the Ebon Legion sacked another high city, Shamayim, the bodies of angels and mortals alike were scattered across the landscape like leaves. The Ebon Legion's fortress city of Dudael, the citadel of hate, was a dark, malignant place, with forges that operated day and night to churn out weapons and armor for the Legion's never-ending campaigns. The Silver Legion did not match the Ebon Legion in sheer brutality, but woe betide the mortal who fell into the hands of Asmodeus as he searched for more knowledge and power. Occasionally, the Silver Legion's search for knowledge led to the examination of human flesh and its limitations. Mortals were, alternately, tortured and studied, twisted into new shapes, and grafted to inventions of the Silver Legion in an effort to tap the divine potential of humanity and turn it into a weapon in the war against heaven. But heaven had adjusted its own strategy and introduced a new force into the conflict, the Malhim, which is pretty close to the Hebrew word for angel, Mal-Achim. Where the Elohim had been created to build and manage creation, the Malhim had been created for a single purpose, to destroy the rebel angels. Some fallen speculated that the Malhim were the spirits of those mortals or angels that had fallen with the high city of Sagan, or they were the Almighty's wrath made manifest. Whatever their origin, the Malhim were so powerful and terrible in battle that even the Ebon Legion hesitated at the prospect of meeting them on the field. Lucifer saw the excesses of the Ebon and Silver Legions from afar and despaired. He had not rebelled against heaven so that the fallen could prey on humanity, yet he was loath to force his own will on the errant angels who tortured and tormented humanity, for then he would be guilty of the same tyranny he accused the Almighty of. After a year of indecision, Lucifer, backed by the Crimson and Iron Legions, marched out of Gehenna to bring the other legions back under his banner. One by one, the fallen submitted to Lucifer again, but rebellion was so deeply rooted in their hearts that even as they pledged fealty to the morning star, they schemed to avenge their wounded pride. Lucifer was once again the undisputed prince of the fallen, and spoke to the followers of a new campaign, not of arms, but of knowledge. They would empower humanity to fight heaven on their behalf, to make each man and woman a god in their own right. The faith of an ascended humanity would empower the fallen as the Almighty once had, and the fallen would then reclaim their thrones in heaven. This was the beginning of the time of battle. Lucifer sent his 10 most trusted followers across the world to divulge all of the secrets, not only of creation, but of heaven as well. These 10, the Watchers, entered every city of man and departed once their mission to impart knowledge on humans had been fulfilled. And yet the Watchers and Lucifer were betrayed by their own. The other fallen, who had been forbidden from interfering with the Watchers by Lucifer, were filled with suspicion and jealousy. Did Lucifer intend to replace the fallen with these enlightened mortals? If mortals possessed the secrets and power of heaven and earth, what need would they have for the fallen? So, the fallen conspired to forever subordinate humanity to themselves by intermixing their own essence with humanity's. This joining, in some cases unwilling, between fallen angels and mortal women gave birth to an abomination, the Nephilim. Possessing the gifts of both fallen and human, the Nephilim were a terror, not only for their appearance, but for their nearly limitless potential. The Nephilim quickly became god kings of the cities of their birth, and in time, did what their parents could not, hunted and slaughtered Lucifer's Watchers to the last. When word reached Lucifer of the Watchers' destruction, he marshaled the Crimson Legion and slew every last Nephilim and their fallen progenitors. Yet, in the cataclysmic battles, all of the works of the Watchers was undone. And not only had Lucifer failed in his latest effort to awaken humanity, he shattered humanity forever. In teaching humanity the one language, the words of power that could shape the cosmos as the angels once had, the collective psyche of humanity buckled under the weight of what they were not yet ready to possess. The great Tower of Babel that Lucifer had intended to reach heaven itself crumbled into 1,000 tribes who were not only incapable of understanding each other, but could no longer perceive the fallen with any clear understanding. The fallen became superstitions and myths, or worse, were ignored as a trick of the mind, a passing madness. Without comprehension, the supply of faith that the fallen had fed upon to strengthen themselves suddenly withered on the vine. As the cities of the fallen crumbled and disappeared, the heavenly host chose this moment to attack. What had not been ruined by mortal feuding or natural disaster was destroyed by the angels of heaven. The great citadels of the Legion were besieged and eradicated, the last of which to fall was Lucifer's own citadel at Gehenna after 40 days and nights of battle, after which Lucifer himself was marched out of the broken gates of his once perfect city, bound in chains of fire, and taken to the plain of judgment. The rest of the infernal host was likewise bound over for judgment by the Ophanim, the Almighty's angels of justice. The fallen expected to be returned to heaven and unmade, yet that mercy was reserved for those who had repented of their rebellion. No, the Ophanim had a far worse sentence to pass on the rebel angels. They were to be stripped of form, and their spirits to be cast into hell until the end of time, to be disregarded by the Almighty and forgotten by humanity. But the fallen did not beg for mercy, nor did they repent. One by one, they cast themselves into the pit, until hell itself was swelled with their ranks. When the last of the fallen reached their prison, the gates of hell slammed shut behind them, never to be opened again. Angelos vero, qui non sevevarunt sum principatum, sed dereliquerunt sum domicilium, in judicium magni die, in culis aeternus sub caligine reservavit. And the angels, who kept not their principality, but forsook their own habitation, he hath reserved under darkness in everlasting chains unto the judgment of the great day. Hell was not a place of fire and brimstone, pitchforks and boiling oil. Hell was an absence, a realm on the edge of the void itself, marred only by the presence of the fallen. To make it even worse, hell was structured in such a way that the fallen, despite their proximity to the void, could still perceive creation. But no one in creation was aware of the fallen. So to give some approximation of hell, a near total void with a few million of your closest associates on the window side of a one-way mirror. Essentially, a mix of the black hole of Calcutta and the phantom zone. And the piece de resistance of the entire punishment, soon realized by the fallen, was that their leader, their champion, their prince, Lucifer Morningstar, was not among them. Soon after the fallen became aware of Lucifer's absence from hell, the rumors about his fate spread like a virus. Perhaps he had been destroyed by the Almighty, rather than risk the possibility that Lucifer might lead the infernal host out of hell to resume the war. Perhaps the first rebel was confined to a special hell prepared for him alone. Perhaps Lucifer bargained with the Almighty, sacrificed himself in some way to purchase some small mercy from the Almighty for his followers. Just as he had uttered rebellion born of pride in Arimal's manse eons before, it was Belial who suggested that Lucifer had abandoned them and left them to rot in hell. Abaddon, ever the extremist, went a step further and declared that their defeat was the result of Lucifer's failure, or perhaps even his treachery. Without the Morning Star to unite them, the fallen quickly divided into factions. The fallen who stayed true to the cause, if not necessarily to Lucifer himself, and wanted to resume the war against heaven, but this time with humanity as their weapon, came to be known as the Faustians. The more contemplative fallen who wanted answers and would make no decision one way or the other until they had them, especially concerning their defeat and the fate of Lucifer, came to be known as cryptics, and stood above the power politics and intrigues of the other fallen in hell. There were others who remained loyal to the Morning Star, and their enemies hurled the word Luciferian at them, which the loyalists took as a badge of honor. But the loyalist enemies were powerful and led by the archdukes of hell themselves. Not only did they swear bloody vengeance against Lucifer for his perceived betrayal, but they who had once professed pure love for humanity and creation declared that they would destroy all of creation down to the last atom out of pure spite for the Almighty. The ranks of the Raveners swelled over time until they became as numerous as the Faustians. And a small number took a different tack. They saw through their own pain and misery that if the Almighty had not destroyed them outright, then there was still some small hope for mercy and redemption. The reconcilers were roundly mocked for cowards, fools, and even traitors to the cause. But with neither angels nor man to fight against, the fallen inevitably turned against each other. Where the fallen once fought from shared purpose and mutual respect, in hell, the archdukes and overlords commanded lesser fallen by their true names to fight their fellows for dominance over the pitiful abyss to which they had been confined. As the fallen resigned themselves to their prison, Lucifer's mightiest lieutenants, Belial, Abaddon, Dagon, Asmodeus, and Azrael, disappeared from hell without warning or ceremony. The fallen whispered to one another that the Almighty had taken them away to share in Lucifer's punishment, or that the Morning Star himself had liberated his most powerful allies and would soon free the rest of them from the pit. Yet their torment continued, and neither Lucifer nor the archdukes appeared to batter down the walls of hell. Then, a lesser fallen, Zaphoriel, also disappeared, but unlike the archdukes, he returned after a time with quite the story. Zaphoriel had not been taken from hell by the command of the Almighty, nor by the power of the Morning Star, but by the workings of a man, a mortal mage, who drew a circle of power and, with Zaphoriel's own name, commanded the fallen angel to stand before him. To add insult to injury, the mage dared command Zaphoriel to yield up the secret lore of his house. For the other fallen, this only deepened their hatred and misery. Who did these impudent mortals think they were, that they could command the angels as though they were the Almighty himself? More importantly, from where had they learned this knowledge? Did mortals summon the archdukes as well, Why had they not returned? Time passed, and more fallen were summoned from hell as Zephyriel had been, called upon like mere servants to yield up secret knowledge or perform service to mortal mages, bound by their own names and words of power. This servitude filled the fallen with a mixture of humiliation and hope. Humiliation at being forced to serve such obviously inferior beings, and hope for even a brief moment of respite from hell. Some powerful fallen even commanded their subordinates to give the mages their masters' names, so that they too might be summoned to earth for a time. But as magic faded from the world, the number of summonings dwindled, and the fallen were, once more, largely forgotten. So, the fallen passed for what seemed like eons, tormented in hell by their own self-loathing and hatred for the Almighty, and the sight of a world that would remain forever beyond their grasp, forever suffering, forever forgotten. Their prison dangled over the precipice of the void, a mocking reminder that even the sweet silence of oblivion was forever denied to them. During their imprisonment, the fallen felt the walls and bars of hell shake with a violent fury. The shrieking souls of the dead passed near hell during these ethereal maelstroms, close enough that the fallen could pluck them from the storm, and then torture and reap suffering from them to nourish their own anguish and bitterness. Each of these storms was more intense than the last. Then a sixth arose, more powerful than the five that came before it. The fallen pressed against the walls of hell to feed on the pain of the souls thrown about in the storm. As they reached out to taste some small sensation, however fleeting, however foul, a hush fell over hell as the infernal host became aware of an opening in their prison. A small crack, an opening leading out into the storm. The fallen were confused. The walls did not close again at a word from the Almighty. No Malhim came to defend the breach. The seal on the pit was broken, just enough that the smallest and weakest of the host could press through. The angels were reluctant, but the lords of hell eventually seized fallen and commanded them by their true names to brave the storm of souls without and set their masters free. Thousands of fallen angels were thrust into the maelstrom, battered by the shards of broken mortal souls, souls that they reaped in ecstasy and joy for their new freedom. The fallen pressed across the veil into creation, their homecoming to a world that was a shadow of what it once was. But almost no sooner than they emerged in creation, they felt a pull, back across the veil, back into the storm, back into the pit. The lords of hell may have commanded them by their true names, but the Almighty himself had decreed their imprisonment, and their souls belonged in hell, and hell would always draw them back to itself. The escaped angels reached out, seeking the souls of the dying and those weakly tethered to their bodies. The fallen flew towards them, expelled the mortal souls from their bodies, and pulled themselves inside. What happened to the fallen was a joining of mortal and angel. They remained who they were, but they were also washed over by a tidal wave of human emotions and sensation. Make no mistake, angels felt emotion, to a point, but they did not truly live. Everything was new and wonderful and terrifying. Despite creating humanity, shepherding humanity, and tormenting humanity, the angels had never seen the world through human eyes, and for the first time, they saw that it was truly beautiful. But the fallen's human anchors had another, unanticipated effect. The great torment built up in their spirits from eons of confinement in hell was, to varying extents, tempered by the residue of human experiences and emotions that lingered in their mortal hosts. To put it another way, humanity made some of the fallen less monstrous than they might otherwise have been. Perspective truly is a wonderful thing. As the fallen acclimated themselves to a world that was paradise compared to hell, and hell compared to the paradise they had created, some discovered the fate of the archdukes of the infernal host, who had disappeared so long ago. They had been on earth the entire time, but unlike the fallen, they did not inhabit mortal bodies, for mortal flesh could not contain such mighty spirits. Instead, these fallen were bound to powerful artifacts and reliquaries. No human emotion cooled their hatred, their suffering, and their desire for revenge. Indeed, these fallen had spent thousands until they became something else entirely, earthbound gods who desired nothing more than to enslave and degrade humanity until the end of time, to tear down the gates of heaven and spite the Almighty once and for all. As for the fallen, they seem to have been given another chance to act either as creation's saviors or its destroyers. And this has been the history of the fallen. The Demon Game 2002, with the World of Darkness getting its official send-off in 2004, White Wolf put out about 10, 11, maybe 12 game books for Demon in 2 years. What I like about Demon is the concept of love that underlines this whole game. Now, love is a terrible and awful word. The Fallen claimed that they rebelled against the Almighty out of love for mankind, and yet, if you look at their explanations and their subsequent behavior, particularly Belial's, it was a love born out of vanity. It was a performance. It was a love that needed an audience. It's a very look at everything I've done for you kind of love. The other person is just a mirror for how one
Ayan. O, diba? Pangatlong laglag. Pangatlong laglag. Ayan. Robby Toledo. Nakatulog. Ano mo? Grabe. Ang galing mo din, ano? Okay. Ayan. So, ang punto dito, pinapaliwanag na ang ating amang lumikha ay inutusan tong mga Elohim na ayusin yung mga creation niya. Diba? Kasi 7 days siya nag-create, diba? Pero binili niya na mahalin si Adam at si Eva. Pero huwag magpapakita sa kanila. At nung nagdi-discuss na sila, nag-aano na sila, na bakit ganun, tutulungan na nga natin, yung ganun, ganito. ah, biglang nag-appear si Lucifer. At sinabi nila yung problema nila kay Lucifer na gusto nila kasi nga nakikita nila na itong si Adam at si Eva parang wala lang, parang yung bang walang wala silang pakiramdam, parang gusto nitong mga angels na to, mga host, na magkaroon tayo ng talino na maging aware tayo, yung ganun baga. So, ang sabi daw ni Lucifer, hindi magugustuhan ng ama yan, ng amang lumikha. Kasi, sinabi nga, na mahalin natin sila, pero wag tayong magpapakita sa kanila. Pero by the time, natuturuan na natin sila, o i-guide natin sila, magpapakita tayo sa kanila. Magagalit ang ama. So, sabi ng mga ibang angels, oo, pero tignan mo naman yung creation. Itong si Adam at si Eve. Hindi ba sila worthy na maging matalino, yung gano'n, yung lahat ng So sabi ni kung yung gagawin ninyo ay out of love, sabi niya gano'n, dahil nga mahal nila ang creation ng ama. Sabi niya, kung itong gagawin niya na to ay out of love, siguro naman, mauunawaan to ng ama. Parang gano'n sabi niya. Pero, bago kayo magdesisyon at bago ko kayo samahan, isipin niyong mabuti dahil itong gagawin natin ay rebellion. Okay. Itong mga to ay nagsabi, itong mga fallen angels, nagsabi sa kanya, sige, Gora tayo. Gora. Ayun na nga. Nagpakita sila lahat kay Adam and Eve at tinuruan nila ng lahat. At the last but not the least na nagpakita ay si Lucifer. At tinuruan sila ng last. Ito ay ayon doon sa kasi ito, kinuha tong na to sa creation ng Enuma Elish. Okay po? Enuma Elish. Yung nawawalang mga papyrus. Yung hindi nilagay sa Bible. Okay po. Ayan. Inaano lang natin. Ngayon, pagka na ganun, ay nagpakita si Archangel Michael. At nagsimula na ang labanan dahil nga nagkasala sila. Sinabi ni Archangel, which is nandun din sa Bible natin to, na di ba itinaboy ng angel si Adam and Eve sa Garden of Eden, di ba? Di ba? At hindi na sila makakapasok doon. Dito din sa na to, ay sinabi ni Archangel, magdurusa kayo habang buhay sa ginawa ninyong pagsunod sa mga fallen. sa mga two, one, two. Sandali, bababa ko. Nadidinig ba ako ganito? Dinig niyo ba ako pag nagsasalita ako ganito? Mga love, dinig po ba? Sabihin niyo nga parang hindi na ako magmamic. Okay. Dinig niyo po ba? Ivan, my love, dinig mo ba? Yeah. Dito sa ano na to, ang Almighty God ay ang eternal. No, no name. No name. Ang Almighty amang lumikha. No name. Then, nagpadala siya ng Elohim. At yan ay nandun nga sa Enuma Elish na ang Elohim ay mga kawal din ng Almighty God. Yeah. Okay. So, bale, ang nangyari ay sinabi na ni Archangel Michael, kayong dalawa, Adam and Eve, magdaranas kayo ng pagdurusa, bla bla bla. And then, pinarusahan niya rin yung mga fallen angels. But, hindi na-satisfy itong mga fallen angels. Ang ginawa nila ay parang nangyari sinusulan nila si Cain na patayin si Abel. Okay? At yun na yung unang-unang murder ng after the creation. After nun, yung ikatlong ano ng creation ng Elohim, may isa pang ano na sumusunod sila sa gusto ng may likha, living sa very normal people, pero yung mga fallen angel ay nagpunta doon at kinuha yung mga babae, nagkaanak at bla bla bla. Dito na nagalit ang ama. No? Dito na po nagalit ang ama niya siya na mismo, wherein sa atin yung ano yung great flood, di ba? Oh. At yun nga po ano niya na. Pero ang ano dito, tignan niyo yung mga fallen angels ay napunta sa abyss. Pero si Lucifer, hindi. Binigyan siya ng pagkakataon ng Most Highest, ng Creator of all, na i-redeem yung sarili niya. And to be continued. Diba? Diba? Ayan. One, two. Baka kasi yung battery. One, two. Bababa natin yung volume. Sandali. Dali lang. Sandali lang. Okay. Now, mga kapatid, bigay nyo rin yung opinion nyo. Akong opinion ko dito, gaya nga ng sabi ni Rosana, na at si, how you call, Ivan. Dahil ang pagkakakilala natin sa ating God, ang pangalan ay Elohim. Pero hindi. Dahil ang dun sa sa papyrus walang pangalan ang amang lumikha of everything. Ayan. At yung Elohim ay yung pinaka-highest na form of angel. Ayan. So, kung susundan natin yan, yung Elohim na sinabi ni Moses, diba? Diba? Ganun. At itong si Lucifer ay binigyan ng chance na i-redeem ang sarili niya. Wow! At yung mga fallen angels na nakatakas nung dilubyo na dinustroy lahat ang mga Nephilim, sila ay yung mga muhing-muhi sa atin ngayon at ang kanilang ginagawa at gusto sa humanity, sa ating mga tao, ay mag-suffer forever. So palagay ko, yung mga spirit niyan ay nandyan sa mga oligarko o chief. Ganun. Yan. Well, ito po ay ayon dun sa Enuma Elish. Ayan, yan po yan. Fallen angels ng Enuma Elish. Okay? Ayan. So, ang pinagkaiba lang po, yun nga po. Kasi ako, most logic talaga. Too easy na the creator of all creator, the creator of all the things and immense power ay lalagyan mo ng pangalan. Mm-mm. So, ako, opinion ko lang po opinion ko lang. I think it's not Elohim, the name of our God. Ganun po. Ayan. O, diba? Ayan. Ayan, bigay niyo rin po yung opinion ninyo mga kapatid. Okay, babasahin natin Ayan, Ruby Toledo, tayong mga taong pwede paglaruan ng fallen angel ang isip natin. Kaya kung sino ang susundin mo na daan, masama ba o kabutihan, ay diyan makikita kung anong meron tayo. Opinion. Yeah. Yeah. Okay din yan. Tama. Tama. Dahil, di ba natandaan niyo sabi ni Kambal, ang mga angel minsan ay talagang mapagtukso. Talagang ibubuyo ka nila. So, diba? Okay. Mega love shoutout mga kapatid. Yung sabi ni Minerva Leonardo. Shoutout ang gabos ni Kambal, Mami Nicolay, ayan, Miss V, at sa lahat ng comment section. Thank you, Minerva. Sabi Minerva, ibig sabihin, hindi pala ang dahilan na inggit kung bakit pinatay ni Cain si Abel. Hindi eh. Hindi. Mm-mm. Doon hindi eh. Parang tinulak siya ng mga fallen angels para maka-absorb sila ng yung bang kapag gumawa tayo ng kasamaan, parang binibigyan natin sila ng power. Parang ganun yung pagka-explain doon. Ayan. Ayan. Ayan na, narinig ka. I love you, Sky Blue. Yeah. Yeah. Ayan. Maraming salamat mga kapatid. Ayan. Akyat na, Jen. Halika na. Akyat na po kayo. Ayan. Diba? Kasi, bakit ko po ito inano na napakinggan natin? At tinanong ko rin kayo. Dahil nga po, akma doon sa narinig niyo yung sinabi ni Queen, di ba? Yung Espiritu, talking with the Spirit. At the same time, yung bad spirit ay pinapasama yung spirito. Kasi nga po, paano ang ano? Dahil, halimbawa po, yung kapatid ni Raja Mamay na gumamit sa pangalan niya at nagpanggap na siya, ay may mga contact din na spirito. Na hindi po right away masamang spirito. Naging masama na lang po noong by the time na sinabi ni Queen Helen na magkasundo na kayo, ano na yan, i-ano na natin yan, ayusin na, inaayos ko na kayo. Eh, nag-rebelde pa rin to at kumuha pa ng iba't ibang ano, diba nga, ramos, bla 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 bla. Doon na siya naging masama. Doon na nakipagkunayban ang masamang espiritu. O diba? Angkop na angkop. Nanggagam. Yes, tama. Pero, ano pong naunawaan nyo doon sa, love you, Coach Gina, doon sa pagkaka-explain na hindi isinama ni Archangel Michael sa sa abyss si Lucifer. Hindi siya sinali. Ano pong pagkakaunawa niyo doon? Dun. Diba? Diba mga kapatid? Diba? Heart natin, yung heart. And then yung soul. Yes. Yeah. Ganyan mga kapatid. Ayan. Nagalaw shoutout. Yeah. And ayun na, yun yung punto na yun, lalo na nung mga time na nag-confide sa kanya yung mga fallen angel na gusto nila tayong turuan ng good and bad at iba pang kaetsasan dyan. Not right away umayon sa kanila si Lucifer. Kung hindi, sinabi pa, parang nag-alapon si Pilato. Parang ganun pakiramdam ko. May free will ba yung pumili may free will tayong pumili. Namili din. Tama. Kung sino pinakinggan. Yes, si Adam and Eve, sumama sila doon sa fallen angels, doon sa mga ni Lucifer. Sumama sila doon. Wow. Diba? Antindi nun, diba? Antindi. Alright. Kaya, mga love. Okay. Alright. Dali lang Bukas naman, ano natin ay yung buhay ng First Sultanate na ano ko nakuha ko dun sa IM Maharlikan. Kailangan ko lang pong i-download. Ayan. Makita natin ang kanununuan ni Raja Mamay. Diba? Bongga. Ayan. Ano muna tayo? Isa munang patalastas. Sandali lang. Okay. Isa munang patalastas. Okay. Here we are. Raday. Naku talaga tong si Jamosin, no? Wala kang makukuha dito, puro kami babae. Kukunti lang ang lalaki namin ngayong gabi. Ano ito? Kulit mo.
There's a lover's ring tonight. As I look back over my shoulder, all the stars are shining bright, just like tonight when I used to hold her. She's out there somewhere under the lover's moon. Lover's moon, won't you shine on me? I'm dancing with a memory. Wish I wish I had one last chance to hold her tight, and she's waiting. I know she's waiting. I know she waits for me under the lover's moon. Under the lover's moon. Di ba palakpakan natin. Ayan, let's welcome the beautiful Miss SWB FLM Cots, Singapore, Jenny.
Hello, good morning sa inyo lahat dyan. Mga kapatid, good morning. Kamusta?
Ciao.
Tagal kasi pumasok yung mga pato ko sa kwarto.
Oo, talaga. Sandali mo sinasabi si Rosana, no, sabi niya, tignan natin yung mga sinabi ng mga kapatid natin na kambal, sabi ni Sky Blue. Sandali, ha? Mhm. Lahat, lahat ng sinabi ni Queen Maharlika ay totoo at malakas ang kutob ko na buhay si Fem
Pero naka-wheelchair.
na naka-wheelchair. Ay, talaga po, naka-wheelchair. Oo, kami nakita namin. Nakatayo.
Nakita namin kagabi.
Nakita na. Tatlong araw na namin nakikita eh. Ayan. Ang dali lang po ha. May sinabi sa sister dito eh. Ang dali lang. Ito kasing si ano eh, si Jam Mangusin, ang kulit mo eh. Hindi ka naman welcome dito eh. Ayan, sandali lang po. Sky Blue. Yeah, my free will. Okay, ayan. Journaling. Mm. Love, love you all. Hi, Coach Gina, love you too. Love you too po. Yan, Sky Blue. Okay, sandali ha. Sandali lang. Kulit kasi nito eh. Dami tuloy nag-1, 1, 1, 1, 1. Doon ka sa kabila, huwag ka dito. Ayan. Agree with you. Sky Blue Lovell. Ayan. Ayan, sabi ni Kuya Meg. Yeah. Ayan. Kung gusto niyo po makita si Kuya Mig, ang gas supporter, kung gusto niyo po makita panoorin niyo po yung Black Fatima or I am Maharlikan. Ayan doon po. Ayan. Nasa heritage po. Pumipirma ng mga kontrata. Ayan. Alright. Ayan. Akyat na mga kapatid. Akyat na po. Okay, Jen. Anong masasabi mo doon sa narinig nating audio? Ang gagawin ko pa dito I will try my best mga kapatid. Itatapat ko siya kasi meron ngayon na app na pag plinay mo yun, ang lalabas na boses na ay Tagalog. Tatagalogin niya para mas lalo nating manguya at mabigyan natin ng ating opinion. Bawat isa nating opinion. Okay, ano sa palagay mo yung narinig mo, Jen? What's your take on that?
Doon ako sa bakit hindi sinama si Lucifer sa paglagdag. Kasi binigyan pa siya ng panahon. Kasi siya yung parang right ng ating amang lumikha. So binigyan pa siya ng panahon. So ibig sabihin, hindi tayong lahat ng mga makasasala ay agad na parusahan. So bibigyan pa tayo ng panahon. Bibigyan pa tayo ng time na para makapagsisi sa mga kasalanan. Yun ang naintindihan ko eh. Kung bakit niya binigay kasi marami na yung nagawa ni Lucifer sa kanya. Di ba?
Ang ano pa dito, sister, ay ang sinabi ng Ama Lumikha, mahalin niyo ang creation ko, pero huwag kayo magpapakita sa kanila. Ang
Yes.
no?
Yes, tama.
Kaya siguro
Ang bait.
yun.
Sobra talaga. Ang bait ng lumikha.
Hindi
Amang lumikha.
nagpapakita sa atin ang anghel, di ba?
Mm.
I mean, with the naked eye. No? Pero meron na nagtanim ng galit sa atin na ang ginawa nila ay nag-insert sila dito sa mga katulad nitong mga oligarko na to na talagang dumidiin sa pagdurusa ng mga creation ni God, di ba?
Oo, Ma'am B, kasi sa akin, opinion ko lang kasi pira yung habol nila dyan. Biro mo, pag mag-ano yan sila, hindi na bilyon-bilyon yung makim-kim nila yan. Kaya yun, lalo nilang dinidiin yung mga mahirap na kumbaga hindi maano sa pagbabago yung bansa natin. Kasi sa kanila napupunta yung mga
Correct.
mga
Yeah.
person.
Yeah. Salamat na lang talaga. Salamat na lang. At meron tayong para bang liwanag na padating dala ni Queen Helen, ni Raja Mamay at ni Tatay Fen, di ba? Di ba?
Yes, tama. Tama. Sobrang pasalamat natin na andyan sila. Nakagaya ni Senior Pim na may mga puso talaga na buhay nila sa sambayan ng hindi lang tayong Pilipino kundi buong mundo ang nila na mag-asawa. Yun ang pinagmamalaki natin sa kanila. Hindi nila iniisip yung sarili nila na kung ano ang mangyayari. Kasi sa akin parang hindi basta-basta yung ginagampanan nila, hindi ba, Ma'am Vic?
Ang hirap, no, sister?
Oo, ang
Grabe.
hirap. Sobra talaga kasi maraming maghahabol sa kanila Kaya taya buhay nila para lang sa mga sambayanan.
Biruin mo, hindi ko agad na ilabas yun kasi hindi nga aakma dun sa paglalakbay natin from down to hanggang itong pinapakita nila na talagang nag-take place na ang programa ni Queen Helen. Yun yung pinakagrabe na hindi ko pa mailabas. Alam mo, yung isinako sila. Grabe, no?
Oo, yun nga. Sabi ilang beses niya inuulit yung na nilagay sila sa sako, ganun. Ilang beses silang pinatay. Grabe.
At
Bilis
pamilya
na
pa
ako
nila.
kay Queen Helen. Talagang as in believe na believe ako sa kanya kasi
Diba?
sa ganun
Ang
na
ano yan.
grabe kasi
Ang ano yan.
fighting spirit talaga siya.
At
Fighting
tinan mo si
spirit
Don
siya.
Ramon. Mahal, si Don Ramon nakausap niya si Maria Makiling.
Oo, yun ang naano ko kagabi nung pumasok ako na nakausap niya sa restaurant yun di ba? Nakausap niya si Maria Makiling. So, sila talaga yung binigyan ng binigyan sila ng parang sila ang
Power na makita talaga yung parallel na mundo ng
oo,
di ba, ng human.
parallel lang mundo na ng natin para sa
Di ba?
pagbabago. Sila ang magpapatunay.
Pero
Oo
grabe
nga,
yung mga
hello Ma'am Coach
black,
Jane.
mga black shadow, sister. Grabe yung mga black spirit, Nakapaligid sila Queen Helen, Grabe.
Oo Ma'am Vic, kasi malaking bayad sa kanila yun. Pira-pira lang yan sila. Tapos ang hinahabol dyan is ang
Power.
Power. At saka, yun. Pera talaga.
Grabe po.
Di bali sa
Grabe
kanila
po.
na maka sila ng buhay. Basta may pera lang sila.
Oo. Ang makikita natin dahil nga dito sa parte na to magpipinsan, grabe pinag-aano nila si Tatay Fem. Doon naman sa Malaysia ganun din ang ginawa nila kay
Oo.
Raja Mamay. Grabe. Wow. Ayan, sabi ni Ruby, basahin mo to, bunso.
Sabi ni Ruby Toledo SW, BKSA, mga fallen angel yung dumidiktas mga oligarch at guardian angel naman ang gumagabay sa mga mabubuting tao. Oo, tama.
Yeah.
Yun.
Kila Queen. Oo.
Kina
Ang
Queen
tawag
Helen,
nila ay
sila,
mga
King
lolo.
Ma'am.
Mga lolo. Sabi nila. Yeah. Oh, di ba?
At talagang hindi magwawagi yung mga masasama sa mabuti.
Correct. To control the world.
Although Ma'am Vic, maraming mapagdaanan. Kasi sinusubukan lang tayo niyan eh, kung hangga't saan yung
hindi.
kaya natin.
Bakit?
Oh.
Bakit, dear? Kasi nga, sinundan natin, ultimo dito sa Lost Papyrus, kasi nga, doon sa Bible, kasi kinain natin yung mansanas, di ba? Dito naman sa papyrus na to, sumunod tayo, pinapili tayo. Kanino ba tayo? Doon sa Ama o doon sa mga fallen angels na pinangungunahan ni Lucifer? Doon tayo nag-ano eh. So, syempre ang Ama,
Tama.
magtatampo yan.
O yung
Pero
lumikha,
sa-
yan talagang lumikha, yun ang susundin natin.
hindi natin sinunod yung lumika. Pero, after all, andito pa rin tayo, binuhay niya tayo. At binigyan pa rin, hinayaan pa rin yung free will natin na madama natin from our own effort ang pagbabalik sa Kanya. Diba?
Yes,
Kasi
correct.
siguro unti-unti, nire-release niya na, diba? Ayan. Hi, Ivan. Ayan. Ang sabi ni Ivan, sister.
Sabi ni Sis Evan Miraga, dahil kailangan pa si Lucifer, isa siyang wisdom giver dahil sa kanya napapatunayan ng lumikha na tayo ay tapat sa kanya like ng i-test ni Lucifer si Hope napatunayan ng lumikha, Job napatunayan ng lumikha na tapat si Job sa kanya. Oo nga, kasi nagdurusa yan si Job kahit na inano yan yung ng pamilya niya dahil sa nangyari sa katawan niya, di ba? Yung
Correct. Nawala lahat sa kanya. Yaman niya, lahat. Grabe. Wow.
Pero mahabang
Ang ganda.
panahon yun nagtitiis siya, pero hindi siya nag-give up. Kagaya ni King Mamay at ni Queen Helen.
Oo. Grabe. Biruin mo si
Fighting spirit
si
din yun.
si
To si
Prime
Job.
Minister. Sabi niya, nakita ko na yan. Kamatayan. Ilang beses na rin siya namatay. At doon sa ano naman, ang tagal daw, nung consortium nila, na nag-speech siya, na halos maiyak siya. Ang tagal daw nilang behind the scene, hindi lumitaw. Alang-alang daw sa pag-iingat at hihintay na itong mga bagay na to ay mangyayari. At ayun na nga, which is sinasabi din ni Don Ramon, kasi sabi niya, nawalan na nga ako ng pag-asa eh. Ayoko na nga eh. Sabi niya.
Oo.
Pero, sabi niya, pero dumating ka, Helen makiling. Grabe yung kilabot ko.
Si Helena yan eh. Helena makinig.
Sabi niya, wow. Grabe.
Oo, kasi doon pa lang sa nilagay sila sa sako, Ma'am Vic. Eh parang hindi na yan makapanipaniwala na mabuhay pa sila eh. Di ba?
Kaya nga, pag mayroong isang si Queen, nakita mo yung dito niya, talagang namamaga siya, di ba?
Oo.
Kasi yun naman yung sa accident sa car, di ba? Grabe.
Kasi ilang beses silang inambush eh.
Correct.
Parang
Ayan,
hindi
sabi ni
makapanipaniwala.
Estelle, sabi niya, si Lucifer, it's like a prosecutor sa kalagitnaan, taga-test ng kakayahan ng tao. Tapat ba sa creator o hindi? Opinion lang. Yeah, so now, sort of like that. Oo. Tama. Kaya hindi siya inano sa gaya ng mga demon sa abyss. Yeah. Oo. Pero palagay ko siya, pagdating ng paghuhukom ng ating Messiah, ay tignan natin ano din yung magiging kanya. Oo. Diba? Yeah.
Oo, si Skyblow, kasi parang si Lucifer is a right hand sa ating amang lumikha. Kaya binigyan siya ng authorized na ganyan na mag-test
Mm.
sa mga
Yeah.
mga katauhan.
May pagka-inkanta niya kasi, yeah, tama ka, si Gina, correct ka
Oo.
dyan. Kaya, at anong una, yung mga fallen angels, yung mga host, ay hindi naman sila inggit sa atin. Gusto tayong turuan.
Mm.
Pero, ang sabi nga ni Lucifer, pinapangunahan niyo ang Ama. Pero hindi sila nakinig. So sabi na lang ni Lucifer, sige, bahala kayo.
Oo.
Ganun. Parang nag-alapon si Pilato siya, ganun. At on the end, nung hindi pinakinggan yung kanilang, yung talagang ibinabana sila sa abuse at may ibang nakatakas, doon na nagsimula ang hatred nila sa ating mga human being. Ayun. Kaya nagkaroon na ng ganyan yung mga oligarko na yan, yung mga naging enslave sa atin, di ba?
Oo. Kaya nga, tama. Yan sa panahon natin ngayon, kung ikumpara natin. You see, Lucifer, ay parang itong mga oligarch na na gustong kunin ng yung power ng ating Almighty God, 'di ba? Kasi
Tama.
kagaya ni
Pinapakunahan nila.
Lucifer, 'di ba? Kasi siya ang right hand. Sa naanuhan ko lang yan sa Biblia. Siya ang right hand, tapos kalaunan ay siya din ang nagtatraidor. Siya din ang nagtintal sa ating
Ito,
amang lumikha, 'di ba?
nainggit siya kay
Oo.
gusto niya magkaroon ng power kagaya ng the most highest.
Yun ang nangyari.
Practically, Lucifer just joined his job. Just like Judas. Yeah.
Mm-mm.
I mean, dun sa papyrus na yun, na hindi nilagay sa Bible. That's it. Yeah. Yeah. Kasi, tignan mo gaya ni Queen, di ba? Sila pa mismo ang parang inopen nilang muli ang pakikipag alliance or pakikipagmabutihan sa Dilawan, kay
Pakipaglaban.
PBBM, di ba? Di ba? Nag-ano sila, inano nila na magkaisa na, di ba?
Oo.
Hindi na sila galit. Samantalang last year, galit si Queen sa kanila. Oh,
Oo, galit na galit si Queen.
na, ngayon, gusto niya ng pagkakaisa. Oh, di ba? Grabe.
Binibigyan niya pa ng pagkakataon. Binigyan niya pa bibigyan niya pa ng 1 year, di ba? Yun? Oo.
Puso
Di ba?
nila, grabe. Parang kagaya din ni Prinsipe. Di ba nung sinabi niya, sabi ni Kambal, pinatawag na ni Prinsipe si Norman, di ba? After
Oo.
nung mga pinagkagawa sa kanya. Grabe. Ang po talaga, something to, wow. Dito talaga matututo ka talaga na mag-isip ka. Grabe. Wow. Wow and wow.
Sis,
Alright.
Ruby Tolito,
Sister,
tama.
yeah. Kantahan
Pero
na
sa
tayo,
akin
hindi ka
nga,
na kaya lang, tell me, Devon. Akyat na po kayo.
Sis
Tell me,
Ruby,
Devon.
sa akin nga yun. Kaya nga, stories, that is, kaya totoo yan. Totoong pangyayari. Yung mga ginagawa na ngayon na story. Hindi yan katang-isip. Ang pagkakaalam ko noon kasi talagang totoo yan. Kasi yung yung lolo at tatay ko, totoo yan. Yung Maria Makiling na yan.
Oo, hindi kasi alam mo bakit?
Talinhaga. Kumbaga sabi ng lolo ko,
natin.
talinhaga yan.
Yan ang pinanggalingan natin. At sila ang mas nauna dito eh.
Oo.
Sila ang mas nauna dito.
Kaya story na lang yung maririnig natin.
Yeah. Oo. Although,
other parallels world sila eh. Nandyan lang sila. Kasi
Mm.
nakausap pa ni Don Ramon. At iniingatan si Queen Helen. Oh, tignan mo nga. Akala natin pinakamatanda ng 100 plus sa China. Hindi natin alam. Si Raja Mamay. Si Ama Ali. 300 plus.
Oo, 100 plus.
300. Oh, si Apulakay 100 plus. 105.
100 plus,
Oh,
oo. Si Apulakay.
diba?
Meron yan.
So, at doon sa Iguasan Mars, ang mga nagbabantay ay ang mga tinatawag ni Queen, mga lolo. Diba? So, grabe. Talagang, ano, at yan ang tumutulong ngayon para makamta na ng mga kababayan natin ang kaginhawaan, ang makakain. Kaya, wow. Diba? Biruin mo nag-aangat lang ng silya si Queen Helen, nadapa na.
Oo.
Anong sabi nung merong black spirit na umaano sa kanya. Anong
Black
sabi niya nung
spirit.
nakuhanan niya ng pako si Raja Mamay. Tapos siya dito pako din. Sige nga. Diba?
Mga
Ilang
imposible
beses
yung
na silang
mga
pinatay.
nangyari sa kanila.
Wow. Grabe po. Kaya ako naniniwala sa kanila talaga. Ayan. What a beautiful ang pinagkikwentuhan natin dito. Very chilling at talaga namang, wow, cherish every moment of this. Yeah. At alam ko, gustong-gusto to ng amang lumikha. Yeah. Si Queen Elizabeth, 100 years old din bago
100 years
namatay.
old din bago. Oh,
Yeah. Pero may sabi nga ni Radyo Mamay, dapat daw magre-report yan sa apo, kaya hindi siya naniniwalang patay na. Oh, take note. Take note. Pati si Queen Elizabeth II. Oh, yan eh. Ganyan yan eh. Diba? Ayan. Akyat na po kayo mga kapatid. Ayan. Anong sabi ni Ivan? Sister?
sabi ni Sis Ivan, noong una po, ang haba ng buhay ng tao, si Methuselah, 969 years old, ang itinagal sa
Yeah.
mundo. Ngayon, 100 plus na lang po.
Yeah.
Eh, minsan nga, hindi na umabot ng 100 plus, 70 to 90 na lang.
Yung mga katulad natin na talagang
Oo.
hindi na tayo, lagi na tayong paparte ng world na ito. Pero yung mga katulad nila Queen Helen na in between parallel of that world, tumatagal ang buhay nila. Gaya ni Ama Ali, 300 plus.
Oo, 300 plus.
Papasa pa ng dyaryo, haler. Hoy, Norman Mangusin.
Lalo ng Charyo.
Jam Mangusin, sorry po. Jam Mangusin, umuwi ka sa Bulacan. Umuwi ka sa Bulacan. Ayan. Okay. Kanta na, sweet. Ayan. Jenny, kanta na. Ayan.
Puntahan mo ba? Akyat na kayo mga sister,
Tel,
mga senior dyan sa baba.
ayan. Sky Blue. Idol Love. Akyat na, love. Akyat na kayo. Dali. Ayan.
Akyat na. Napansin ko
Come on.
na-miss ko na rin si Ate Virgie.
Hindi pwede kasi nga inaasikaso yung tinatapos yung pinadalan siya kasi ng pera ng anak niya para tapusin yung mga kwarto na mga bagay.
Nagpapagawa ng
Ayan.
bahay na.
Ate Tere naman, si Ate Tere, yung anak niya na dalawa, nagpunta sila ng Dumaguete.
Hindi pa
At
sila
namimili
nakabalik.
ng bigas. Oo.
Haba
Hindi
ng
nakabalik
bakasyon
na.
nila.
Andyan si ate lagi. Hindi lang pwedeng umakyat pa dahil andyan yung mga anak niya. Ayan.
Oo. Nagpo-views lang nga kasi ako pag-araw kasi hindi ako makakinig. Nag-views lang talaga. Minsan
Mm.
makapasok ako dito sa kwarto, ayan, mag-ano lang ako. Mag-heart-heart na lang. Basta punta ako ng CR niyan. Pasok ako dito sa kwarto tapos mag-heart na lang.
Talaga.
Oo, ano na. Yun ang gawaan ko mag-araw. My God.
Ayan. Simulan mo na, sister. Simulan mo na. Angel, akyat na, sweetheart.
Akyat na kayo, mga singers dyan sa baba. Sis
Ay,
Eva Niraga, akyat na.
Ayan o, bali mag-aapat na oras na tayo. O, paano yan? 1 hour and 20 minutes na lang. Kukulangin. Halina kayo.
Si Ate Edith, bakit wala si Ate Edith?
Baka antok na antok talagang nag-ano yun eh. Baka naghahanda para bukas. Kasi nga bukas, alam mo naman, may gig si ate.
Ano nila?
O,
Temple
kaya kayo
nila
lang
po.
sa ano lang ako, standby lang ako sa inyo. Ayan. Shout out, Coach Gina! Romana Gorospe. Ayan. Ang bagal nyo naman. Dali na, alam nga naman mag-isa lang nakakanta si tapos ako, syempre ako, pwede akong kumanta ngayon. Walang problema. Dalawa lang kami, pwede rin. Pakainin niya lang muna. I love you, Rosana. Okay, go. Pakainin mo na. Dali na.
There we go, guys. Try.
Go.
Again.
Alright. Here we go.
Pasensya kung hindi masyado makuha. Winter snow is falling down. Children laughing all around. Lights are turning on. Make a fairy tale come true. Sitting by the fire with me. You're the answer when I pray. I would find someone. Baby, I found you. All I want is to hold you forever. All I need is you more than everything. You see my heart from being broken apart. You gave your love away, and I am thankful every day for that gift. Sorry, mga kaibigan, hindi ko masyado makuha. Watching as you softly sleep, but it could escape. Just this moment, only time stops still. But ako, nawalan ako. And the years will make us way. But baby, in my eyes, you'll still be beautiful. Maganda kaya to. Huli lang ako. All I want is to hold you forever. All I need is you more every day. You see my heart from being broken apart. You gave your love away. And I'm thankful every day for that gift. Kanina ko lang kasi ito na-search eh. Tapos sa practicean.
Talaga?
Nahuli lang ako.
Oo, di ba parang tayong boses? Tama.
All I want is to hold you forever. All I need is you more every day. You save my heart from being broken apart. You won't give your love away. I can't find the words to say that I'm thankful every day for the gift. Ayan guys, the gift. Shout out Marilyn Blodo. Aida Elagan, shout out Vince. Kyle Blo, shout out, shout out. Ayan, Princess AA, shout out. Violeta Aduca, shout out. Ida Balbuna, shout out. Ma'am Gina Coach, shout out. Ayan, ang balitan na. Epipanya Pagal, shout out. Ayan, sabi ni Sis Aida Elagan, Ma'am V sa bahay, may ginto daw na naginip yung panganay ko, binibigay na ng bantay, kaya lang kapalit ng anak ko na pangatlo, basta ihulog lang daw ang tsinelas ng anak ko na pangatlong anak. Oh, nakatakot yan.
Wag. Wag mong
Oo,
bibigay.
wag niyong ihulog yan. Ayan, shout out sa inyong lahat. Thank you so much. Shout out ka rin na Karanginyawan. Shout out
Sabi ni Ruby, curious, sabi niya, curious lang.
After Queen Elizabeth death.
Everything will be changed under sa pamumuno ni King Charles. Ang United Kingdom at iba pang sasakupan niya ay kasali ba sa BRICS? I don't think so. Hindi. Hindi kasi pag yan kasali sa BRICS, kailangan ano din sila sa European Union. Hindi separate sila. Hindi sila sumali. Gets mo? Yeah. Ganun. Opinion ko. Andiyan siguro, baka kasi nakatulog na si Mami Nicolay. Pagod din yun dahil sigurado ko kasama yan sa heritage.
Oo.
Mami Nicolay.
Kasama yan.
Dahil nandun si Don Ramon, naku, kailangan nandun siya. Okay, sige ako naman. Alright, here we go.
Akit na kayo mga kapatid, Sis Evan.
Will you always remember the moments have gone away? How needed you. If I sing you a love song, will you always remember to remind you how much I care and how needed you. Love song lasts longer than lovers often do. Oh, baby, let me sing a love song for you. Love song, don't leave you like lovers often do. Oh, baby, I'm afraid it would happen to me and you if I sing you a love song. Will you always remember well the moments of lonely nights when I'm not around? Grabe. Ala Bonnie Tyler, yung husky. If I sing you a love song. will you always remember to remind you how much I care and how I needed you. Love song lasts longer than lovers often do. Oh, baby, let me sing a love song for you. Love song, don't leave you like lovers often do. Oh, baby, I'm afraid it could happen to me and you. Oh, lonely nights, lovers often do. Oh, baby, let me sing a love song to you. Oh, yeah, all right.
Oh, wow, wow, wow. Love you, love you, Ma'am B.
You girl. Ayan, sige.
Wow, wow,
Ate,
wow.
Good evening sa inyong
Parang
dalawa.
original.
Jen Jen.
ate,
Good
daya
evening,
open mo
Ate
yan.
Ruby. Good
Naka-open
evening.
kami ni Chin ate.
Oy,
Dapat
sorry I'm late kasi may naging bisita ako, pinagluto ko. Nag-message ako
Sino
dyan sa baba, magluluto muna ako, sabi ko. Good evening po sa inyong lahat dyan sa comment section, mga kapatid. At Ma'am Kulay, good evening po. Shoutout po sa inyong lahat ng napakasarap. Love you, love you.
Alright.
Parang ang
Ayan.
original eh. Parang original na Scorpion yung kumanta.
Si Bonnie Tyler, yan.
Oh, Bonnie Tyler siya.
Take it away, Ate Edith. Ayan. Sige, mag-husky tayo. Mag-husky. Oh, hindi ka namin kailangan dito. Si Jerry Galang lang nandito as lalaki. Sige na, alis ka na, Jam. Doon ka na lang. Huwag ka na dito, hindi ka kailangan dito. Walang maniac dito, pareho ni David Ilagan. Chippy! Take it away,
Oo, naalala ko si David Ilagan. Kakanta na ba ako?
Oh, yes.
Ako ay isang anak mahirap.
Wow.
Lagi na lang. Teka, take two at nawawala. Ito talaga. Ang mga message na ito. Yan, take two. Saglit. Tagal naman ito.
Favorite yan ni Sir Rick Malapit.
Favorite ko yan? Hindi, kanina ko lang
Dati nag-request yan sa akin dati.
Talaga?
Kanina ko lang ito kinakanta-kanta nung naalala ko. Alam mo naman, mga nung araw pa to.
At saka yung kinakanta ni Arok, yung Cotabato ba yun? Ang ganda niya.
Oo, Cotabato. Ano din yan?
Galing, no?
Ganda to sa gitara. Ito na.
Kaya nga may mga ako niyan kasi
lagi na lang akong nagsusumikap. Ang buhay kong walang sigla, uro na lang dusa. Paano na ngayon ang buhay ko? Sa akin ay walang tumatanggap. Mababa raw ang aking pinag-aralan. Grade 1 lang ang inabot ko, no read, no write pa ko. Ano na ngayon ang buhay ko? Isang kahig, isang tuka, ganyan kaming mga dukha. Isang kahig, isang tuka, ganyan kaming mga dukha. Ayan. Shoutout po. Instrumental pa. Shoutout sa baba. Ay, sa Dalagan, ulok-ulok David Dalagan, sabi niya. Helen Cow, shoutout. Noah, shoutout.
Ulok-ulok.
Ay,
Mga, mga kakots, kilala niyo ba si Nemesia Cruz? Villamor Marcos?
lang tumatangga.
Na siyang, ay, sorry po, ate, sorry.
Babaraw ang aking pinag-aralan. Okay lang, maganda yung may background. Grade 1 lang ang inabot ko. No read, no write pa ako. Paano na ngayon ang buhay ko? Dang, dang, dang. Isang kahig, isang tuka. Ganyan kaming mga dukha. Isang kahig, isang tuka. Ganyan kaming mga dukha. Ganyan kaming mga dukha. Ito yung si Florante. Si Florante ang kumakanta nito, no? Ang original.
Oh, galing. Ayan, sabi ni Jerry Galang, mga kakots, kilala niyo po ba si Nemesia Cruz Villamor Marcos? Na siyang asawa daw ni Fema at anak nila si Tiburcio. No, yung ano na yan, yung theory ng Tiburcio na yan, ay ilang beses ng mismo ang kapatid ng ating mahal na Pangulo ay pinasinungalingan na siya ay hindi anak. Yung si Tiburcio Villamor Marcos. Hindi po siya anak. Yan. So, at yung mga claimants po ay wala na rin. Kung meron man talaga silang malakas pinanghawakan, sabi po ay mag-direct sila sa ating Prime Minister. Ganun po.
Yes. Sinabi ni Prime Minister yon na kung sino man ang gustong magano ay pumunta sa kanya.
Yeah. Go, Jen. Take it away, girl.
Ay, akin pang naalala. Baka may isang
Ay, nabubuhay pa.
minsan makaiyak ako nito pag marinig ko to.
Hello. Iyo kong blues, ganun.
Akin pang naaalala. Si Ama nabubuhay pa. Ang sabi niya ay pwede. Mag-aral kang mabuti. Tulungan mo ang iyong sarili. Nais niya hindi nasunod. Pagkat ako'y may dahilan. Ang nais ko yung mawit, tumugtog ng gitara. At ako'y kanyang pinagbigyan. At kami nagkahiwalay. Pagkat ako'y ng ibang bayan. At nang kami nagkita, siya ay bangkay na. Manaw na ang aking ama. Shout out sa Rick Malapit. Shout out Noah, Sky Blue, shout out Manju Velasco, shout out. Nasaan man siya naroon. Mga payo niya ay tataglayin ko. Ang kanyang alaala ay laging nasa isip ko. Kahit siya'y wala na. Akin pang naaalala. Siya man nabubuhay pa. Sabi na Jenny, mag-aral kang mabuti. Tulungan mo ang iyong sarili. Tulungan mo ang iyong sarili. Tulungan mo ang iyong sarili. Ayan, lagi ko talagang maalala yung aking tatay. Nanginginig ang katawan ko. Ayan. Shout out Karina Karangyawan. Shout out Manjo Velasco. Shout out STEM 544. Shout out. Ipipanya Pagang. Shout out. Ma'am Coach Gina. Shout out. Violeta Aduca. Shout out. Eda Balbiona. Shout out. Noah. Shout out. Stalin Lerap, shout out. Jill Galang, shout out. Maaari din yung Prime Minister natin. Malay natin, tinatago. Tinatago na tunay pangalan kasi nga sa pag-iingat. Sabi ni Jerry Galang, Jonalyn, HWB Coach, shout out. Si Rick Malapit, shout out. Maria Principada, shout out. Ayan, Helen Kaul, shout out. Ruby Toledo, HWB. KSE, shout out. Skylbo, shout out. Marilyn Glodo, shout out. Ayan, since Aida Ilagan, shout out. Shout out sa inyong lahat dyan. Shout out ko na. Thank you sa mga palakpakan nyo dyan sa baba. Back to you, Ma'am Vic.
Ayan, okay. Let's welcome Miss Ivan Niraga. Hi,
Yan,
Ivan.
magandang umaga po sa inyong lahat, mga kapatid kong host, at sa ating kapitana. Siyempre po sa lahat ng nasa baba at nasa likod ng Kingdom of the South. Magandang madaling araw po sa inyong lahat. Sige po, bakit po.
Welcome aboard. Okay. Ihanda mo na yung kanta mo.
Naririnig ko pa kayo.
Yeah. After ko, ikaw. Okay? Ihanda mo na yung kanta mo. Alright, okay. Alright, ito na tayo. Alright. Another Bonnie Tyler. Yeah. Alright. It's a heartache. Nothing but a heartache. Hits you when it's too late. Hits you when you're down. It's a fool's game. Nothing but a fool's game. Standing in a cold rain. Feeling like a clown. It's a heartache. Nothing but a heartache. Love until your arms break. Then he let you down. It ain't right to leave someone as much as I depended on you. It ain't wise to love and share when you find he doesn't care for you. Oh, it's a heartache, nothing but a heartache. Hits you when it's too late, hits you when you're down. It's a fool's game, nothing but a fool's game. Standing in a cold rain, feeling like a clown. It ain't ways to need someone when you find he doesn't care for you. Oh, it's a heartache, it's a heartache, nothing but a nothing but a fool's game. Too late, hits you when you're down. Oh, it's a fool's game, it's a fool's game, nothing but a nothing but a fool's game. A cold rain, feeling like a clown. It's a heartache. Oh, yeah. Take it away. I
Wow. Heartache, nothing but a
It's a
heartache.
heartbreak.
Yeah, that's right, baby.
Ayan, go ahead, Sis Evan, your turn. Nakatulog na.
Hello, Ivan. Baka sinasara niya muna yung isa daw. Ivan, grabe ka. Alam mo, pwede ba kami mag-request sa'yo, Ivan? Pwede ba ayusin mo na yung telephone mo? Lagi na lang namin
Rinig
iniisip
po.
nasa biringan ka.
Nagulat.
Pasensya na po ay hindi ko na, naluloko na naman itong CP. Hindi ko na naman kayo marinig.
Palitan mo na yan.
Lobat yung isa. Sige po.
Magpapalit na yan. Magpapalit na yan.
Diba? Go girl, go girl.
Okay po. Come, Holy Spirit, fall on me now. I need your anointing, come in your power. I love you, Holy Spirit. You're captivating my soul. And every day I grow to love you more. Come, Holy Spirit, fall on me now. I need your anointing, come in your power. I love you, Holy Spirit. You're captivating my soul. And every day I grow to love you more. I'm reaching for your heart. You hold my life in your hand. Draw me closer to you. I feel your power in you.
Nalaglag.
Oh my God.
Okay.
Ayun, nalaglag.
Alright, Iwan. Sandali lang ha. Okay. Sige. Handa mo na ate edit yung sa'yo. Okay. This is a song for a broken heartache. Selling you feel we never back down. I'm gonna hit just to make it out. Gonna shake my head when I shout it out loud. It's my life. Oh, it's now or never. I ain't gonna live forever. I just wanna live a life, a life. Oh, it's my life. My heart is like an open highway. Well, Daddy said I did it my way. I just want to live a life, a life. It's my life. Do, 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 do. Desert and water stood there around them. With Charlie and Gina would never back down. Tomorrow's gonna hell just to make it out. Gonna shut my head when I shout it out loud. Oh, it's my life. It's now or never. I ain't gonna live forever. I just wanna live while I'm alive. Oh, it's my life. My heart is like an open highway. Well, Frankie said I did it my way. I just want to live while I'm alive. It's my do, 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 do. Do, do, do. Ain't going on, gonna take it on, gonna hit my head when I shout it out loud. Bam, bam. It's my life, and it's now or never. I ain't gonna live forever. I just wanna live while I'm alive. Oh, it's my life. My heart is like an open highway. Well, Frankie said I did it my way. I just want to live while I'm alive. It's my life. All right.
All right.
All right, baby. Okay, take it away, Ate. Take it away.
All
Ate
right.
Edit Norico.
Thank,
Marunong mag-husky din ng boses yan. Husky
thank you.
moment kami dito.
Kay Olivia Newton-John.
Wow, grabe siya.
Kaya lang, pagka ito hindi ko maabot, bahala na. Guess mine is not the first heartbroken. My eyes are not the first to cry. I'm not the first to know. They're just getting over you. You know I'm just a fool who's willing to sit around and wait for you. But baby, can't you see there's nothing else for me to do? I'm hopelessly devoted to you. But now there's nowhere to hide. Since you pushed my love aside, I'm out of my head, hopelessly devoted to you. Hopelessly devoted to you. Hopelessly devoted to you. My head is saying, fools forgive him. My heart is saying, don't let go. hold on to the end. And that's what I intend to do. I'm hopelessly devoted to you. But now there's nowhere to hide. Since you pushed my love aside, I'm out of my head, hopelessly devoted to you. Hopelessly devoted to you. And hopelessly devoted to you. Ooh, 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 ooh. Thank you so much. Shout out sa baba, Coach Jenna. Sterling Triano, Eda Balbuena. Shout out po sa inyong lahat, Angel Eyes. Ayan, sa Diliran, Dapit. Shout out po. Shout out po sa inyong Mariling Ludo. At shout out po sa inyong lahat ng napakasarap. Mwah. Thank you po sa inyo. Masaganang palakpakan. Ayan.
Jenny. Bakit na nag-echo?
Ulitin ko kantahin itong Dance with My Father.
May nag-echo, mga mahal.
When I was child, before life, remove all the innocence. My father would lead me high and dance with my mother and me and they spin me around till I fell asleep. Then at the stairs she would carry me, and I knew for sure I was loved. If I could get another chance, another walk, another dance with you, I'll play a song that would never ever end. How I love to dance with my father again. Ooh, when I was and my mother would agree to keep my way, I would run from here to you. He'd make me laugh just to comfort me. Then finally make me do just what my mama said. Later that night when I was asleep, he left $1 under my sheet. Never dreamed that he would be gone from me. If I could steal one final glance, one final step, one final dance with you. Never end, 'cause I'd love to dance with my father again. Sometimes I listen outside their door, and I hear how mama would cry for him. I pray for her a bit more than me. I pray for her a bit more than me. Ida Balbuena, shout out. Antonieta Villanueva, shout out. Ma'am Coach Gina, shout out. I know I'm praying for much too much, but could you send but only man's your love? I know you don't do it usually, but the Lord is dying to dance with my Father again. Every night I fall asleep, and this is all ever dream. Lost 77, the last word. Shout out Antonieta Villanueva. Shout out Sisay Dalagan. Shout out Ma'am Coach Gina. Shout out Violeta Aduca. Shout out Sir Rick Malapit. Shout out Yolanda Arellano. Shout out Sally Lirap. Shout out Karina Karangiyawan. Shout out Ida Balbuena. Shout out Jen Red Channel. Shout out Marilyn Grodo. Shout out. Ayan. Shout out sa inyong lahat. Easter Ligsay, shout out. Tilinkaw, shout out. Manjo Velasco, shout out. Robert Toledo, shout out. Epipanya Pagal, shout out. Yan, shout out sa inyong lahat. Thank you. Guys, back to you, Ma'am B.
Ayan. Clap sa'yo.
Alright.
Thank you.
Ayan,
Okay.
nakaakyat na si Sis Evan.
May nag-echo sa atin, mga mahal.
Oo, may nag-i-echo. Meron.
Okay.
Yan. Sasalita ako.
Parang ikaw, ate.
Ate Edith,
Ako?
yung telephone mo po, baba ka, balik ka ulit eh. Opo, yung telephone mo
Okay.
nag-echo sa amin. Okay po. Ayan.
Okay. Ayan. Sige.
Balik ka
Ali.
ulit. Lalapag ko yung hagdan natin. Ayan. Alright. Andiyan na po yung hagdan. Sisi Ivan. Oh, magsalita ka nga, Jenny. Salita ka, bunso Jenny. Jen, salita ka. Tignan natin kung meron pa.
Sis Evan.
Ayan, wala.
Meron na po.
Oo. Hindi, ibig ko lang sabihin, kinukonfirm ko kung si ate nga. Si ate nga kasi wala na. Oo. Okay, Ivan, kanta ka na dali. Ayan.
Nakamute po ako kanina, si ate yun. Yung may ano.
Kaya nga pinababa namin.
Oh, sige po.
Go.
Pambihira.
Alright.
Kakaakyat na laglag agad. Ang hirap pa naman mag-login pag nalaglag.
Naku. Grabe. I don't wanna know it. Grabe nga ngayong gabi.
Sa bawat pag-ikot ng ating buhay, may oras kailangan na maghiwalay. Puso'y lumaban man, walang magagawa. Saan ka, kailan ka muling mahagkan? Magkulang man sa atin itong sandali. Alam ko na tayo'y makikitang muli hanggat may umaga pa na haharapin. Ikaw lang ang mamahalin. Puso'y lumagagawa. Saan ka, kailan ka muling balikan. Magkulang man sa atin itong sandali. Alam ko na tayo'y magkikitang muli hanggat may umaga pa na haharapin. Ikaw lang ang mahalin. Thank you po.
Ayan, Ate Edith Norico. Ate
Okay
Edith,
na?
yes, okay na, te. Okay na, okay.
Alright, okay. Okay. Love me with all of your heart. That's all I want. No. Love me with all of your heart. Oh, not at all. Just promise me this, that you'll give me all your kisses every winter, every summer, every fall. When we are far apart, oh, when you near me, love me with all of your heart as I love you. Don't give me your love for a moment or an hour. Love me always as you love me from the start, with every beat of your heart. Shoutout po sa baba. Napakasarap. Just promise me this, that you'll give me all your kisses every winter, every summer, every fall. When every bit of your heart love me with all of your heart. Wala na kasi, tinakpan na naman. Don't give me your love for a moment or an hour. Love me always as you love me from the start, with every beat of your heart. With every beat of your heart. Ayan kasi ang mga message, pag kumakanta ka, pag dumarating natatakpan, tuloy nawawala. Shoutout po sa baba, Violeta Duca, Sterling Sai, Coach Gina, Judy Riz, love you. Antonieta Villanueva, Stel 544 Italy, Rick Malapit. Ayan, thank you so much sa inyo, Ida Balbuena. Ayan, sa Lilira, Pipanya Pagal. Ayan. Thank you, thank you. Shout out po sa inyong lahat ng napakasarap. Mwah.
Ayan, take it away, Sister Jenny Cox.
Thank you, Ma'am Beth. Paborito ni Sir Rick malapit. Andyan pa ba siya?
Dito pa, dito. May request nga sa'yo eh.
It's time to win back your love again. I will be there. I will be there. Love, only love can bring back your love someday. I will be there. I will be there. Chili Dumalian, shout out. Jojo Reese is WB, shout out. Fine, be by fine. To win back your love again, I will be there. I will be there. Love, only love can bring down the wall someday. I will be there. I will be there. Oh, if it go again, all the way from the start, I would try to change the wings that kill our love. Pride has built the wall so strong that I can get through. Is there really no chance to start once again? I still love you. Suddenly, shout out. Ma'am Coach Gina, shout out. Julie Dumalayang, shout out. Try, baby, try to trust in my love again. I will be there. I will be there. Love, our love just should not be thrown away. I will be there. I will be there. If it go again, all the way from the start, I would try to change the things that killed our love. It's true. It's the way. Lumala po. To start once again. If it go again, all the ways from the start, I will try to change the things that kill our love. Yes, I heard your pride, I know what you've been through. You should give me a chance. This can't be the end. I'm still loving you. I'm still loving you. I'm still loving you. I need your love. I'm still loving you. Still loving you. Ayan. Shout out. Ida Balbiona, shout out. Nandita, Luca, shout out. Mr. Dig, shout out. Sa Rick Malapit, shout out. Jada Reyes is nakulibin, shout out. Ayan, Rose 77, the last word, shout out. Ma'am Coach Gina, shout out. Manjo Velasco, shout out. Julie Dumalian, shout out. Shout out sa inyong lahat dyan. Thank you sa inyong mga palakpakan sa baba. Thank you so much. Back to you, Ma'am Vic.
Ayan, okay. Alright. Ayan. Okay. Okay naman.
Ang ganon, Ma'am Coach Gina, paborito ni mother mo.
Sabi ni Judy Riz, this Edith, tagay pa more.
Ayan. Ayan. Okay, here we go.
Shout out Ana Teresita Sarmiento.
Okay. Ito na lang. I'm so hurt.
I love that song.
You lie to me. I'm hurt. Way down the inside of me. You said your love was true, and we never ever part. Now you found someone new, and it breaks my heart. I'm so hurt to think that you lied to me. I'm hurt because I still love you so. But even though you hurt me like nobody else could ever do, I would never ever hurt you. I'm so hurt to think that you lied to me. I'm hurt because I still love you so. And even though you hurt me like nobody else could ever do, I would never ever hurt you.
Ayun, no? Ganda ng kanta niya. Sino nga yung kumanta niyan? Si
Timmy Euro ate, si Timmy Euro.
Timmy Euro.
Her-
Ganda talaga
Alright.
ng lumang kanta, no?
Ang gaganda talaga, oo. Yun ding yung crazy, ni Patis, ano pangalan niya? Connie Francis yata yun. Bagay din sa inyo. Crazy.
So lonely.
Yeah.
Yan,
Yeah,
ganun, no?
yun bagay. Yeah. Yeah, yeah. Okay, take it away, Miss Ivan Niraga, and then si Ate Edith Nurico. Go, Ivan. Ivan, Ivan, wala sa piringan. Ivan.
Okay po.
Okay, there we go.
God will make a way where there seems to be no way. He works in ways we cannot see. He will make a way for me. He will be my guide. Hold me closely to his side. With love and strength for each new day, he will make a way. He will make a way. God will make a way where there seems to be no way. He works in ways we cannot see. He will make a way for me. He will be my guide. Hold me closely to his side. With love and strength for each new day, he will make a way. He will make a way. By the roadway in the wilderness, he leads me. Rivers in the desert will I see. Heaven and earth will fade, but his word will still remain. He will do something new today. God will make a way where there seems to be no way. He works in ways we cannot see. He will make a way for me. He will be my guide. Hold me closely to his side. With love and strength for each new day, he will make a way. He will make a way. Salamat po.
Ayan. Thank you so much, Sis Ibang Niraga.
He will make a way. All right. Go, go, go.
Okay.
Ate Edith Norico.
Yes. So many nights I'd sit by my window waiting for someone to sing me a song. So many dreams I keep deep inside me, alone in the dark. But now you come along and you light up my life. You give me hope to carry on. You light up my days
All
and
right.
fill my night with song. Rolling at sea, I drift on the water. Pretty deep. Finally, I'm turning for home. Finally, a chance to say Hey, I love you. Never again be all alone. And you light up my life. You give me hope to carry on. You light up my days and fill my nights with song. With you light up my life. You give me hope to carry on. You light up my days and fill my night with song. With song it can't be wrong when it feels so right. 'Cause you light up my life. Medyo nawala po ako mga kapatid. Pasensya na po dahil sa aking city. Thank you so much sa inyong mga masaganang palakpakan sa Saida, Ilagan, Rick Malapit, Coach Gina, at Violeta Aduca, General Ibay, si Jelly Dumaliang, Ida Balbina sa Lilirap. Shout out po sa inyo, Rose 77, masaganang shout out po. Thank you so much sa inyo. Yolanda Arellano. Okay, thank you, Mama.
Okay. Jenny, take it away.
Yan. Thank you, Ma'am Vic. Mangharana muna ako. Haranahan natin yung dalawa. Hindi nagpapakita eh.
Oo nga, dapat haranahin yan natin yan.
Kung Sir Kambal, para sa inyong dalawa, sana'y magpakita na kayo.
Good night, Sis Jelly Dumalia.
Hindi pwede, Jenny. Hindi pwede.
Ang pag-ibig namin sa inyo lamang, di magbabago kailan pa man. Di nyo ba napapansin ang aming damdamin? Na nais ay kayo ang makapili. Kung mayroon mang alinlangan, puso namin bakit di nyo subukan? Liligaya na kami kung kami inyong pagbibigyan. Kahit na minsan lang, sa amin ay sapat na yan. Basta't kayo ang aming iibigin magpakailanman. Buhay namin sa'yo'y ialay at di manghihinayang. Ganyan ang aming gagawin, ganyan hanggang inyong malaman. Tunay ang pag-ibig namin, basta't kayo. Imposible hindi sila
Busy yung mga yun, busy.
Kayong alinlangan. Puso namin bakit hindi pagsubukan? Nawala na. Ligaya na kami inyong pagbibigyan. Kahit na minsan lang, sa amin ay sapat na yan. Basta't kayo ang aming iibigin magpakailanman. Buhay namin sa'yo'y iaalay at di manghihinayang. Ganyan ang aming gagawin hanggang aming malaman. Tunay ang pag-ibig namin. Basta sa inyo lang. Basta kayo ang aming ibigin magpakailanman. Buhay namin sa'yo'y iaalay at di manghihinayang. Ganyan ang aming gagawin, ganyan hanggang inyong malaman. Tunay ang pag-ibig namin. Basta't sa inyo lang. Tunay ang pag-ibig namin. Basta't kayo lang. Ayan, pamukaw sa dalawa para magpapakita. Shoutout.
Magpapakita.
Ate Dog,
Ano
Silvia
magpapakita?
Ordinario, shoutout. And good
Ano
morning.
magpapakita?
Ha?
Kulit mo Anong magpapakita? Paano magpapakita? Ikakasal yung mother at father ni Angga. Oh, dapat ikaw magpunta doon. Ikaw ang pumunta doon. Si
Tapos
Kambal
na kayong
naman,
kasal kahapon. Hindi, I mean dito
Ay,
sa
ano,
dito sa LS, no
sa
need na
live. Si Kambal,
Sa live.
lumabas si Don Ramon. Paano si Don Ramon? O, paano? Sige. Ano? Mamili ka. Ano?
Basta,
Marinig natin si Kambal.
si
O,
Sir
makita
si
natin pa doon si
lang,
Don
si
Ramon.
Bossing at saka si Sir Kambal. Bala, sino na yun si Sir Kambal? Basta, yun na. Sir Kambal na yun. Okay na.
Very busy.
Kahit
sila
boses
para sa
lang.
pagbabago nga.
Di ba?
Kahit boses. Alam mo naman pag kaya nila, papanig yun, babe. Tayo ba matitiis ng mga yan? Never. Never.
Kaya nga, alam ko naman hindi magpapakita yun si Sir Kambal. Boses niya lang. Para dito.
Diba? Sabihin sa'yo, biglang akyat si sabi niya, di ba nakita niyo naman ako si Prime Minister. Biglang gano'n, siguro maraming himatayin. Aray naku. Alright, okay. Ayun po. Tayo po'y magpaalam na mga kapatid. We got 4:56 and it will took sa pagpapaalam lang ni Jenny 2 minuto na. So, unahin na natin si Jenny. Jenny, take it away, dear. Come on.
Ayan, ako naman ang mauna dito.
Alright.
Ayan, thank you so much, Ma'am Vic, love ya. Good morning sa inyong lahat dyan sa baba. Maraming salamat talaga sa inyong pag-antabay sa pagsuporta dahil andyan lagi kayo. Maraming salamat. At syempre sa ating Mami Nicolay, Mami Shirley, Gwen, Helen, King Mamay, at sa lahat ng ating mga lolos dyan, mga daddies. Thank you so much and good morning. Syempre sa ating dito sa taas, sa ating edit, Sis Evan, syempre sa ating pinakamagandang kapitana, Ma'am Victoria. Thank you so much sa mga admin. Thank you so much. Kita-kits tayo mamaya, same time, same place dito lang. Syempre sa mag-iisang channel ni Bossing Busli, ang coach. Ayan, maraming salamat at good night. Matulog tayo ng nakangiti. Katulad ko. At gigising tayong dala natin ang tamis ng ating ngisi. Love ya all. Good night. Mwah. Bye-bye. Back to you, Ma'am Vic.
Ciao. Okay, Miss Ivan, Niraga. Nasabi.
Ayan, maraming pong salamat, Ate Victoria, kahit napalaglag-laglag. Pasensya na po, mahina yung
Oo nga,
signal.
ikaw.
Maraming pong
Kawawa naman
salamat,
tayong dalawa. Ako din nalaglag
ah,
na nalaglag eh.
admin, sa lahat po ng nasa likod ng Kingdom of the South. Maraming pong salamat sa tiwala at sa mga kapatid sa comment section, mga kapatid ko host. See you tomorrow. Love you all. God bless us all.
Love you,
Thank you, dear. Ciao,
Em-
ciao, ciao, Bella. Okay, Miss Edith Lorico.
Thank you, Sis B. Ayan, magandang gabi po sa inyong lahat at salamat po sa ating mahal na Ama at tayo natapos na naman sa ating ang ating 5 oras na pagtatalakay dito. Salamat po sa inyong dito sa comment section, ang pinakamatibay na haligi ng ating coach family. Magandang gabi po sa inyong lahat at salamat po sa inyo at naririto kayo palagi. At gabayan tayo ng mahal na Diyos Ama sa araw-araw nating ginagawa. Salamat po kay Ma'am Nicolay, Sir Willie Ancheta, at siyempre po sa ating may-ari ng channel, Angga Busle, Sir Kambal, Queen Helen, Don Ramon, Prime Minister, King Raja Mamay. Salamat po sa inyo. Sana mabuhay po kayo hanggat gusto ninyo. Kasi gusto pa namin pong makita ang pagbabago. At dito po sa taas, marami pong salamat sa inyo, Sis Jenny, Sis Evan, at syempre ang ating kapitana, na hindi lang po siya singer, ay siya po ay napakaganda para sa akin ang kanyang kalooban. Thank you, Sis D. Love you. God bless us all. Mwah. Good night po.
Mama Chup Chup.
Good night.
Ayan,
Good night.
pakinggan natin si Mascara. People. Ano yung parang ka talaga?
Aray ko.
Hindi pa nga nagsistop.
Ay, naku, Sis B. Siguro pag nagkita tayong dalawa, wala na tayong ginawa kundi hanggang tenga yung ating halakhak. Diyos ko po.
Grabe. Ba't nahigpig?
Akala ko patugtog na si Mom Dick.
Oo. Yung bang, parang nagulat ako, parang...
Ang kulit kasi ni Ate Edith eh. Popotomon, toyo. Bigla na lang. Gagano, ano yun, nasa roller coaster.
Ganyan ang pang last minute.
Diba? Ayan. Eto na po si For the Love of Mankind.
There's a lover's moon tonight. As I look back over my shoulder, all the stars are shining bright. Just like the night when I used to hold her. She is out there somewhere under the lover's moon. Flowers go white shining. I'm seeing a memory. I wish I may, I wish I might. To hold her tight, and she's waiting. I know she's waiting. lovers.
Good night, everyone. Mabuhay. Ciao.
Tunay na may malasakit sa kapwa, puso niya para sa maranita. Hindi na magbabago pa, totoo. Lagi yan sa TV Boss, para sa mahihirap siya'y pag-asa. Tagapagpamulat ng mga mata, inspirasyon pwedeng tularan at maaasahan. Lagi ang si TV Boss
Talagang mapapabilib ka sa mga ginagawa pagtulong maasahan yan si Boss Lee. Siya yung tao na hindi mo mapapaatras, lalo na sa mga kababayan niyang naaapi. Pati sa mga pulube, meron siyang puso na hindi talaga matatanggi. Kumbaga sa politika, pwede mong iboto dahil sa ganda ng ugali. Siya yung kaibigan na masayahin, palatawa, talagang totoong maasahan. Kaya sama-sama natin siya palakpakan. TV Boss Lee ang kanyang pangalan. Nagmula siya sa Mindanao, tumagal siya sa Palok, sa lugar ng Maynila. Dala-dala ang pangarap niyang makatulong, lalo na sa kanyang kapwa.